Good afternoon, chat, and welcome in, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Happy Tuesday. I got an early start this morning. I had to go to the dump and do the recycling. And then we went to the food court and we got some Jamaican food and some coffee. Vietnamese coffee and Jamaican food. Yeah, Vietnamese coffee slaps. Yeah, with the condensed milk. It's good stuff. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Arbizo, Solos Terran, Spider Jesus, Soup Spoon, Carrying Inspector, David, Anthony, Astris, Sherzay, Void Art, Ohad, Kid Hellacious, Gomaspov, Artie, Clutchy, X Catalyst, Kid. That's I already said Kid. I'll say Kid Hellacious again. I don't give a shit. Harm Spilot, Space Chris, Mag Marvo, Barnabas, HJ, Metal Bird. Ever had 30% milk? I have not. Excalibur, Miguel, Whimsical, Christian, Analyze, Man, Spoonbender. What type of food is Jamaican? It's very like there's a lot of different stuff. Here in America, when you tell people you're going to get Jamaican food, like I got cabbage, curry chicken, red snapper, which is like a fish. It is spicy, but not like caliente hot, you know? It's like spicy, like there's a lot of spice, but not necessarily like piquant spice. Like it's just there's a ton of spice, a lot of earthy flavors. I got some plantains. I say plantains. Everybody else says plantains. I grew up saying plantains. That's probably wrong, but that's what I always grew up saying. Pecco, welcome back. Thank you so much for the tier 3 and the 28 months. Very much appreciated. Yeah. I got some jerk chicken patties and some spinach patties for later today. Those are delicious. It is delicious. Absolutely delicious. Let's play video games, chat. You guys want to play some video games? I figure that's what we're here for. You guys like playing video games? Right? Big fans of video games? That's why we come to twitch.tv. You know? We look forward to video games. We're known to play some video games from time to time. We're known as something like gamers. Happy October, chat.
Oh, yes. Pale blood. Well, you've come to the right place. Yharnam is the home of blood ministration. You need only unravel its mystery. But where's an outsider like yourself to begin?
Niche indie abandonware game.
Easy, with a bit of Yharnam blood of your own. But first, you'll need a contract.
A little bit of that Jey Que Simon. Jey Que Simon. Nah, fuck that. Where's the good Bloodborne wiki? No. The good Bloodborne wiki. There it is. I would need 2 points there. I would need 1. I would need like, oh, a lot more points there. Six points there. Six points there. 2 points here. Not a lot of options for a bald guy, you know? Where's my receding hairline? This is receded, you know? It's gone. It's been receded.
Good. All signed and sealed. Now, let's begin the transfusion.
Suckboy Johnson, welcome back.
Oh, don't you worry.
Thank you for 26 months.
Whatever happens, you may think it all a mere bad dream.
I want pictures. Pictures de Spider-Man.
You found yourself a hunter.
Arcpsych, welcome back, and thank you for 31 months, 22 in a row. I've been having a bellyache. I went to my doctor and he said to add lime to a coconut. That would cure my bellyache. Just a lime with a coconut to cure that bellyache. Well, your doctor probably knows best. It's weird going from playing a 60 FPS game to playing a 30 FPS game. Okay, wait a minute. How do you... There we go. Oh, werewolf. Oh, there, wolf. Won't you leave me alone? Oh, God, how do you pick things up? You press X. You press X to pick things up and open doors, not triangle. You don't press triangle no more. Okay, it's fine. Everything's fine. And there ain't no crouch button no more. Ha-ha! Ha-ha! No way! No fucking way!
Away! Away! This time's finished.
Okay. Why are you sleeping on the street, homie? Huh? If your city's so great.
Please, God! You vagrant rat!
I took a predictee, so you have to kill the werewolf with your bare hands. Well, what's the other prediction that I don't? Just say I didn't. All right. Look, I'll go back. I'll go back. Easy peasy. It's either you do or die like a nerd. So often in life, there are times when it's do or die like a nerd. Ah, this must be that astral clock tower they're always talking about. This lamp now transports you back to the hunter's dream. Upon death, you will awaken at this lamp.
Oh, you must be a hunter. And not one from around here either. I'm Gilbert, a fellow outsider. You must have had a fine time of it. Yarnum has a special way of treating guests. Well, I don't think I could stand if I wanted to, but I'm willing to help if there's anything that can be done. This town is cursed. Whatever your reasons might be, you should plan a swift exit.
I think so,
Whatever
Nathan.
can be gained from this place, it will do more harm than good.
Because I think that after Bloodborne, they used the Bloodborne player skeleton for the player character in Dark Souls 3, which is why a lot of the armor sets that looked good in Dark Souls 1 leave your neck exposed in Dark Souls 3. Because, like, now your character has a lot more neck than they did.
Pale blood, you say? Never heard of it. But if it's blood you're interested in, you should try the Healing Church. The church controls all knowledge on blood ministration and all varieties of blood. Across the valley to the east of Yarnum lies the town of the Healing Church, known as the Cathedral Ward. And deep within Cathedral Ward is the old Grand Cathedral, the birthplace of the Healing Church's special blood, or so they say. Yarnumites don't share much with outsiders. Normally they wouldn't let you near the place, but the hunt is on tonight. This might be your chance. A Across the valley to the east of Yarnham, you'll find the Cathedral Ward. Deep within lies the old main cathedral, said to be the source of blood. I haven't heard of pale blood, but that's your best bet if it's anything to do with unique types of blood.
I cannot believe that From Software has not done more. Like, enemies that talk to you. It's such a good addition. The feral flame of Agil guys, they just sound like they're in a trance though, you know? Feral flame of Agil, Agil. These dudes are like, oh fuck you, mate, in particular you!
Are you that outsider? Well, sorry, but I don't want anything to do with you. Trot along, will ya? Are you that outsider? Well, sorry, but I don't want anything to do with you. Trot along, will ya?
Laziov, come on. He'd open the door on a night of the hunt. Away with you. Now.
Who is that, chat? What other From Software character is that?
Laziov, come on. He'd open the door on a night of the hunt. Away with you. Now.
Somebody from Dark Souls 2, maybe? Voty Voidya. Is that Voty? Is that Voty coming to me, law? Oh, prepare to cry, will I? Yeah, we'll see about that. Stinking Australian, isn't he, mate?
You better up dead!
And what'd your daddy do, didn't you, up there? Probably a murderer, rapist or some such. Living in a bloody penal colony? Now he wants to tell me law. Yeah, right. I'll believe that.
Away! Away! Help me! Oh, God! Away! Away, vile beast! There's a body!
Oh, God.
Away! This guy.
I must have interrupted their Manchester United game or some shit, chat. Maybe it's the Mushy Pea Festival.
Away!
Why are you not using the weapon? Game hasn't given me one.
Don't reckon you're from round here? Well, stuck outside on a night of the hunt. Oh, you poor, poor thing.
I ain't afraid of no 30 FPS dog. I ain't afraid of no 30 FPS dog. God, just... You're not a 30 FPS dog! You might as well be. Somebody ought to remaster that. That dumbass dog. I can't help but wonder what that item was. It might just be blood vials, but it could also be something else. What the hell? Well, come on. Oh, be quiet. She's dumb as hell. She saw what just happened, which was that Lily is going over to hang out with her dog friends, and they came over to pick up Lily. She saw it happen, and she's still just barking. Dumb as hell, chat. embarrassed to say this, but also I like it. I'm a little lost. Fucking rat. Oh, God. Oh, right. I know what I should have done. I know which way I should have gone. Hey, buddy. You guys with your guns? Absolutely crazy. Remember when guys didn't explode with magic light to show you when they were going to drop an item and you just had to sit around and wait and see? I remember.
Oh. A hunter, are you? And an outsider? What a mess you've been caught up in. And tonight of all nights. Here, to welcome the new hunter. Prepare yourself for the worst. There are no humans left. They're all flesh-hungry beasts now. Still lingering about. What's wrong? A hunter unnerved by a few beasts? No matter. Without fear in our hearts, we're little different from the beasts themselves.
Always forget which one it is. Ah, you sons of bitch! Ah! Ah! That was a lot of damage from rats. Duke of Cats, welcome back. Thank you for 8 months, very much appreciated. Beautiful rendition of the Tower Knight theme. Hey, Storyteller! Thank you for the raid. And welcome in, Raiders. Hope y'all had a fun stream. And I appreciate the raid. Also, Carrion Inspector, thank you for the gift sub. I didn't see who got it, but enjoy your emotes and welcome in, whoever it was. Thank you, Carrion Inspector. Storyteller, Villain Rendon, welcome in. Is this the PS5 remaster? I wish. we hiding the Bloodborne category for a reason? Not really. I just set it up so that chat wouldn't know what game I was playing. So it could be a little bit of a surprise. And then I haven't switched it back so that it's like a cool guy zone. And if you're here, it's like a little Bloodborne speakeasy. It's like you shouldn't know it's here, but you come here all the time. And so it's like a special event at the speakeasy that you always go to, you know? And this way it's just the regulars and not a bunch of tourists. Not even close to dying. I'm not even close to dying. I'm running away. I'm gonna open the gate because I'm not even close to dying. I see the way you try to kill me, smash me in the face with brick. I think you're a real big jerk. I think that you're a dick.
God.
Right? Oh, Marceline, why are you so mean? I'm not mean, I'm just 1,000 years old and I just lost track of my moral code. It's weird that I feel stamina more in Bloodborne than I do in Elden Ring.
That's wild.
When the hunt began, the Healing Church left us, blocking the Great Bridge to Cathedral Ward, as I yawned and burned to the ground that moonlit night. Ein Cyber, thank you for the 100 bits. It's that wonderful time of the year where we go to Yarnum and complain about auto-refilling our vials. That's it.
beasts all over the shop. You'll be one of them, sooner or later.
Chat, there's about to be commercials. I can't snooze them, I'm sorry. And this game doesn't have a pause. Did I beat the commercials? I don't know if I beat them or not. Oh, I don't think I did. Well, I did beat the commercials? Hell yeah. Nice. Let's go. All right, cool. I'll just hang out here while the commercials are playing. I've never seen Bloodborne before, so what's the lore? So the game starts off and your character is in a you're in like a hospital bed basically, but it's like you're in like a doctor's office, not a hospital, right? And the person that you're talking to is like they're like pale blood. I don't know what that is. But I do know about Yharnam blood, and Yharnam blood rules. Just sign this contract and we'll get you all started. And then you make your character. And then he's like, okay, we'll begin the injection. And remember, no matter what happens, you know, while you're asleep, you can think of it all as a bad dream, you know. So while you're asleep, you have this dream of a beast coming out of this like blood puddle. This giant blood puddle appears in front of you, and this werewolf beast comes out of it. And it reaches out its hand towards you, but not like it's going to attack you. It's almost like it's like asking for your hand. But before your character does anything, the werewolf catches on fire and starts freaking out. And then these little dudes appear. And they start like crawling all over your corpse, and they're laughing, and it seems like they're having a pretty chill time. And it's these guys. And they're making their weird little noises going, and they kind of like wrap themselves around you and they protect you a little bit. And then this woman's voice says, "Oh, you found yourself a hunter." And so when the game starts, you know, in Dark Souls and in Elden Ring, you always start with an item, and it's like you'll lose all of your stuff, you'll lose all of your souls, or you'll lose all of your runes, but this will take you back to the grace. In this game, you have the Hunter's Mark, and it says sacrifice all blood echoes, and that's like your runes in this game, and awaken anew. It is a dangling upside down rune, and it's been etched in one's mind. It is the symbol of a hunter. And by focusing one's thoughts on this rune, a hunter loses all their blood echoes, but awakens afresh, as if it were all just a bad dream. So you have this, and then you start wandering through the town when you wake up. Your doctor's gone, and there's a note next to your bed that says "Seek pale blood to transcend the hunt." And I think most of us at this point think that we pretty much all think that that note is something that the hunter had on him when he showed up to Yharnam, because every NPC that you like talk to, you never, you know, it says Dark Souls, Elden Ring, so your character doesn't talk, but like there are these moments, like when I was talking to the guy in the window earlier, he said, "Pale blood, you say?" And when I was talking to the doctor at the beginning of the game, he's pale blood. I don't know what that is. But our character keeps asking people about pale blood, apparently. So anyway, you go out into the town, and so this game is like very H.P. Lovecraft inspired, but rather than be a game where isn't it scary that I'm a racist, like, oh no, one time I saw a Portuguese. I want to die. I'm going to kill myself. You cannot begin to imagine what it's like to look at a Portuguese. The racism is turned around, and everybody's racist. Everybody's very xenophobic towards us instead of the, you know what I'm saying? Instead of us projecting racism, it's all projected at us. And all these people are like, "Jesus Christ, you freak, you fucking monster." Everything that's ever happened that's bad is your fault. This town's ruined because of you fucks. And you're just kind of like, well, okay, I guess. And you see that they're hunting like werewolf guys. They're like hunting beasts, but they're kind of beastie themselves. They have like these furry long arms that are way too long for their bodies and shit like that. That guy just literally turned into a monster. You can walk around the town a little bit before you fight him, and you can talk to his kid. And his kid is in one of the windows, and she's like, "We don't know where Daddy went. Mom went looking for him." And a bunch of people think that he killed his wife. But that's stupid, and they're stupid. He did not kill his wife. The villagers killed his wife. And so when we walk in here, he's like chopping these dudes up into pieces, right? And then his wife has been like put up over there, like out of the way of all this. And he's losing his fucking mind, and he's chopping up all these fucking losers. And then he starts fighting us because he's like, you know, he's just lost. He's like in a blood rage. And then halfway through the fight, he's like, what's that smell? And then he turns into a beast himself. And that's something that's going to happen a lot as we play through the game. Everyone that talks to us is going to comment on how we smell weird, and people are going to smell us and then immediately turn into big monsters. And that's because the thing that put that hunter rune on our head, in our brain, is a thing called the moon presence. And what turns people into werewolves? A full moon, right? So our character is essentially just like a walking full moon. And so all of these things get a whiff of us and immediately transform into like fuck huge werewolves and scary shits. The begging word spider hides all manner of rituals, bruv. Keeps our lost master from us, he does. Terrible shame. Makes me head shudder uncontrollably. Bleeding out. Space Chris. Redeeming the gift sub for Space Chris. You got it. Enjoy your emotes. And Hollow Blades, welcome back. Thank you for 75 months. Oi, governor! You got a license for that saw cleaver?
Oh, you must be a hunter. Very sorry. The incense must have masked your scent. Good, good. I've been waiting for one of your ilk. These hunts have everyone all locked up inside, waiting for it to end. It always does, always has, you know, since forever. But it won't end nicely, not this time. Even some folks hiding inside are going bad. The screams of women folk, the stench of blood, the snarls of beasts, none of them's too uncommon now. Yarnum's done for, I tell ya. But if you spot anyone with their wits about them, tell them about this here Erden Chapel. They'll be safe here. The incense wards off the beasts. Spread the word. Tell them to come on over, if you wouldn't mind. I know I shouldn't be asking you, but if you happen upon someone while hunting, tell them about this here Erden Chapel, if they seem worth being told, that is. Oh, and I do sincerely hope they are.
Breaks my heart, chat. It breaks my heart. Look how, like, that was absolutely beautiful, right? And now I want you to imagine that with better graphics, 60 FPS, you know? Oh. 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 I was just surprising chat, Hollow Blades, with what game we were playing today. Oh yeah, it's an absolutely beautiful game. I'm just like, moments like that where you pan your camera and the light is hitting a window or something. Imagining that shit in like just slightly upscaled textures, 60 FPS, like, oh my fucking god, please. And for the love of God, give us better netcode. An abandoned doll. My favorite guy is the Firearm Safety Month messenger who's just looking down the barrel of the pistol. That's the funniest shit in the world. I love that guy. You get the saw spear out in the world, Scrub. The saw cleaver you get here, but the saw spear you get out. It's right next to Eileen, where she hangs out. Sanguine Chaperone, welcome back, and thank you for 25 months. Very much appreciated. This didn't used to always be in the game, chat. Oh no, wait, this did. I was thinking of the bell. Where do you get the bell? Maybe you have to come back. The old hunter's bell. I remember when the game didn't have that. And I remember when they added it. And I remember, you know, like, oh wow, you know. Trade in blood echoes with messengers to buy and sell items. And this is where you can buy. This is where you can buy blood vials, and they are cheaper the earlier in the game it is. People always gripe about having to farm for blood vials. There's a lot of times where you'll spend your runes and you'll level up, and then you'll spend your runes and you'll level up and you'll have some left over, and like just buy blood vials. There's also going to be some times where you come back and you don't have enough to level up. Just buy blood vials. It's always the right move to just buy blood vials.
You must be the new hunter. Welcome to the hunter's dream. This will be your home. For now, I am Gammon, friend to you hunters. You're sure to be in a fine haze about now, but don't think too hard about all of this. Just go out and kill a few beasts. It's for your own good. You know, it's just what hunters do. You'll get used to it.
So this guy, Gehrman, he's at this place called the Hunter's Dream. Excuse me. And he's like, yeah, I'm your homie. Just, you know, you're the new hunter. Just go out there and kill some beasts. You'll get used to it. And, at this point in the game, you know, remember, if you've never played the game before, you, like, touched that lamp and you were transported here. And when you showed up, your character was, like, unconscious. And you, like, got up. Part of that is probably because the game sends you here the first time you die. And so for a lot of players, what probably happens is that werewolf in the doctor's office kills them. And that werewolf in the doctor's office kills them, and they, you know, they're laying there dead. And then they wake up and they're here. So, my take on what's going on here is we're gonna meet other hunters who will have been here. They tell us, like, they used to be hunters of the dream. And my take on that is that each one of those hunters is represented by a headstone here. And the hunters were given a contract to go, and they're essentially all making progress towards one goal. And the goal at the end is to silence Murgo. I think that Murgo crying and being basically kidnapped from Queen Yarnum is tied to the curse that the old ones have, or the great ones, where they can't have children. And it's like a curse that was put on them by Queen Yarnum because they took Murgo from her. And when we finish that, as we leave, Queen Yarnum, like, bows to us, and then it's done. We're finished. That's the end of our... No one ever explicitly tells us this. But that's the end, right? And then we're done, and we can go home. Unless, of course, war were declared. To escape the dreadful hunter's dream, halt the source of the spreading scourge of beasts, lest the night carry on forever.
This was once a safe haven for hunters. A workshop where hunters used blood to enhance their weapons and flesh. We don't have as many tools as we once did, but you're welcome to use whatever you find. Even the doll, should it please you.
This drives me crazy. Everyone's like, oh, Gehrman wants you to fuck the doll. But that's stupid. That's stupid, and you're stupid. Drives me absolutely crazy, because this is one of, like, the best... This is one of the best illustrations. It's really hard to explain to people in, like, any, like, good way what's interesting about cosmic horror. But the doll and Gehrman is, like, one of the best. Essentially, this dude is racked with grief because his student, this girl that he cared for, and that he trained and like he was her mentor, she either died or took her own life out of grief because of what she did with him. And in like a manic episode, he created this doll that looked like her. And he made all of these clothes for the doll. And, you know, ornate fucking like a hair bow and all of this shit. And you're talking about like, we don't know it now, but this dude is like king god of the beast killers. And you can imagine him like sitting at a sewing machine, bawling his eyes out over, you know, fucking guilt-ridden over implicating some poor girl in his, you know, weird fucking, we participated in a genocide, Bonnie. Like, and now he gets stuck in this fucking hunter's dream, and the god that oversees it, this all-powerful fucking great one, whom we cannot begin to comprehend, it could also not begin to comprehend us. The things that we experience, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't know what a fucking ant is doing. Like, you know where it walks and where it goes, you know where it lives, but you don't know what it's, like, you don't know what's going on in its head. If you picked up an ant and carried it to where it was going and then put it in its, you know, like, here, this is where you wanted to go, the ant would, you know, assuming the ant had like consciousness and like higher thinking, the ant would be like, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? I just got transported here. What the fuck? Right? So the great one is like, oh, my little guy, he's sad. And he's all crazy about this doll. I know, I'll make it sentient. I'll bring his weird grief golem and I'll give it life. That's what he wants, probably. Imagine if one of your best friends killed themselves and in the suicide note was like, I cannot believe what you made me do. And then you went fucking ape shit and like made a little teddy bear. You made a little Build-A-Bear, right, at the mall. And then some terrible god was like, oh, you're sad. Oh, okay, here you go. Your Build-A-Bear is your friend now. That's what you want. That's what you want. He's terrified of the doll. He doesn't want you to have sex with it. He doesn't want it to, he doesn't want it to hear him talking. I love this game. Is that why Gehrman attacks you? No, Gehrman attacks you because he's trying to save you from, like, at certain points in the game, if you go back to the Hunter's Dream, there's a little spot that you can sneak behind that's behind the building I was just in. And sometimes Gehrman will be out there, like, crying and wailing and pleading for his friends to come save him and not forget about him. He's trying to save you from that. Essentially, Gehrman is like, I probably deserve this because of what I did. You don't deserve this. Not only do you not deserve it, you also don't want it, I assure you. So Gehrman's just trying to be a good guy. You are fighting Gehrman so that he's basically like, you don't want this. You don't want to be me. And that's what's going to happen if you don't leave, is you're going to become me.
Oh, well, hello.
Velius,
Splendid.
welcome back.
Let
Thank
me
you
ask
so
you
much
a
for the
small
tier 3
kindness.
sub, and thank you for 16 months. Very
You're
much
soon
appreciated.
off to hunt, I presume? Then, if you find any survivors, tell them to seek Yusefka's clinic. Upon my Hippocratic oath, if they are yet human, I will look after them. Perhaps even cure them. This sickness, these beasts, they are not to be feared. This time the night is long. I may be trapped here, but I should do something to help. I'll even offer a reward for your cooperation. Tempted? Well, off you go then.
So, if you come to this door and you talk to her before you kill Father Gascoigne, her voice is different, and she's like, listen, I'm sorry, I can't open this door for anyone. She gives you a special blood vial, and she's like, look, I can give you this, and if you come back later, I can give you another one. But I can't help you, and I can't open this door. There are people in here, and they have to be protected and quarantined. And then, after you beat Gascoigne, if you come back here and talk to her, say you're trying to get another one of those blood vials. Now she has a slightly different voice, and she's like, oh, hi. Yeah, send people here. I'll totally let people in. I can cure them. There's an old pen and paper RPG, like Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons uses what's called D20, right? And that's like where the 20-sided dice is responsible for all of, most of your rolls, right? When it comes to like trying to do something, success and failure is determined by the roll of a 20-sided dice. There's another system called White Wolf, and White Wolf is like Wizards of the Coast, right? Like that's the name of the company, and they make all these games. They have a game called Vampire. They have the Masquerade, and they have Vampire, the other one. I forget what it's called. They have another game. They have another game called Hunter: The Reckoning. And a lot of Bloodborne stuff is taken from that game. Even the messengers. In the game Hunter: The Reckoning, the messenger, or the messengers, I forget which, is the name of a website that hunters can go to, and they can share information via this website. Like, this person who's a newscaster, they're on TV. They're not actually a human. They're a monster that feeds on human attention. This person who's a preacher, they're not actually a preacher. That's actually a mind flayer who is, psychically destroying its congregation or whatever, I'm okay. Oh no! I forget what I was going to say about that, but pretty cool regardless. If you've ever seen They Live, Hunter, The Reckoning is probably pretty heavily inspired by the film They Live, which I think was based off of a book. There's also, there's also a really great episode of The X-Files like that as well. Oh, I know where I was going with that. Insight. So in Hunter the Reckoning, your character has been given insight by some force. And so your character is able to like recognize that people aren't what they appear to be and are in fact like monsters. But just because your character can see one particular type of monster doesn't necessarily mean that your character can see every type of monster. And so a really interesting thing about the game is when you're playing with a group of people, the story master, the dungeon master, whatever you want to call them, game master, they can say like, okay, you can see werewolves, for example. You can tell when somebody's actually a werewolf, but this other player, they can't see that, and instead they can see vampires. They can see when someone is actually a vampire, and so you just sort of have to trust each other, and at the same time, try and determine if either one of you is insane. Which fucking rules. So Bloodborne has this mechanic called insight, and it's represented by that eye in the top right corner there. I have 5 insight currently, and the more insight you have, the more weird shit your character will observe and see. I don't think I think the answer to both of those is no, Geralt. Also, Viratia. Thank you for 5 months and welcome back. I'm sorry, I saw that earlier. I just forgot to say thank you. Thank you. Can you see weird stuff with a lot of insight in early game? You can. I think some of it is tied to the cycle of the day as well. So like right now it's still early in the day. When I kill another boss, it'll become like right now it's sundown. When I kill another boss, it'll become night. And I think some stuff is tied to, you know, oh, it's nighttime now. But yes, you can come back to like early game areas with a lot of insight, and you'll see some stuff that you didn't see before. They didn't. It's. I feel like it's not accurate to say they didn't do a lot with it, but they could have done a lot more with it. And you know what I'm saying? It's one of those mechanics that like they could have really done some wild shit. But you know, when you make a video game, you have a limited amount of time, so it's understandable. So if you've played Elden Ring, but you've never played Bloodborne, and you hear people talk about trick weapons, and you're like, well, I don't know what that means exactly. I have this axe, right? And if I press light attack, I'll just attack with the axe. And if I press heavy attack, I'll do a heavy attack, and I can charge it like Elden Ring. When you hear that little bell at the end of the charge, that means your character is going to have hyper armor after that. It's going to be hard to interrupt your character's attack. Right? And then if you press the L2 button, which in Elden Ring, that's like the button you press to do your Ash of War, or yeah, your Ash of War. Or if you have a shield, it's like your parry button. In Bloodborne, it shoots your gun, and you can use your gun to parry people. This guy doesn't want to get parried, so then you're walking around with a shield. It's fine. Just take my word for it. It parries people. And then L1 changes your weapon, and every weapon has this. So the axe sort of becomes like a glaive almost, and it has a new moveset now. And it has new heavy attacks. But what makes a trick weapon is not that you have one weapon that can have two movesets. What makes a trick weapon is that you can switch back and forth with an attack. Right? And you'll notice when I get hit, I lose health, obviously, but there's like a red bar remains, even though I've lost health. And so what's happening there is you can regain your health by hitting monsters. And when you hear that swoop noise, that's like the, hey, congratulations, you got some health back. But unlike with Melania's Great Rune in Elden Ring, where you just kind of get like some percentage back, in Bloodborne, the amount of health that you get back is tied to like what we call the motion value of an attack. And different attacks have different motion values. So like this attack doesn't have very much, a little bit more the longer you press R1. Right? This attack will have more. This will have way more. These attacks have a lot. They have a ton of motion value. So if you use one of those attacks to rally your health back, you get a shit ton of health back. And if you get a parry, and you do the visceral attack after a parry, you can regain like an entire bar of health back. But you know, it only lasts for a minute. You know, you only have a few seconds after you're hit to rally your health back. And so it's kind of tied to like, you know, this idea, let's make the player, when you get hit, don't freak out and turtle up behind a shield and you know, try and just get back in the fight. Just get back in there and fight. My homebrew of Bloodborne uses the insight mechanic as a resource you can gain to understand more about the world. If any player manages to max out their insight, they're forced to, quote, switch sides and join the game master without the other player's knowledge, functionally being the more knowledgeable hunters from actual Bloodborne. That's pretty sick. I like that. I like that, Geralt. That's good. If you were to guess what number playthrough this is, what would it be? Probably like my 30th playthrough or something like that. 30th, 40th. So we met two characters who were like, hey, tell people to come here. And one of those characters is a doctor who's like, oh, upon my Hippocratic oath, I promise I will help them. And the other character is like this freaky pajama man who's like, oh, tell people to come here, won't you? He looks like a gross fucking goblin freak. But it's a From Software game, so you can imagine which one's actually safe and which one is the treacherous liar.
You're a hunter, aren't you? Then, well, do you know of any safe places? I've heard I have. Shutting up indoors isn't always enough. Well, if you hunters got off your asses, you wouldn't be in this mess. You're obligated to help me, you hear? So what'll it be? Are you going to tell me you're not?
So we can tell her about Uden Chapel, Yusefka's clinic, or we can tell her about nothing. We're going to tell her about Uden Chapel.
Well, what do you know? An outsider worth a lick of salt. Well, don't just stand there. Don't you have work to do? Go slit some throats. Get this mess done with.
So this old lady, she's like, you're a hunter, right? Go do your goddamn job and kill these dudes. It's not safe for us to go outside. Yeah, I would argue that, like, the cane is probably, of the three weapons you can start with, the cleaver, the axe, or the cane, the axe, or the cane is definitely, like, the hardest to master. It's fine, and it can be good, you know, if you know what you're doing with it. But the saw cleaver is basically like, it's kind of like the long sword of Bloodborne. You know what I mean? Like, it's like the go-to starting thing, right? This will, that right there will carry you through the game forever. And then the axe is nice because it gives you hyper armor on a lot of its attacks. which means you can like get hit without getting interrupted. And in a game where you get health back for hitting something after you've been hit, hyper armor fucking rules, right? It's so good because you're just getting your health back. So it's worth. All of the other weapons, a lot of them require like a little kind of, you know, like just a little bit of thought about like, okay, if you know how blood gems work, like what types of blood gems you can get for a weapon. I mean, just going and getting percentage up damage blood gems is enough to get any weapon through the game. That's all it takes. But if you know how to like, you know, build a blunt gem weapon, something like Ludwig's Holy Blade, or the tricked out version of the Kirk Hammer, can just absolutely shit out damage forever.
Wretched outsider. Trying to fool me to open this door.
Blood gems aren't like infusions. They are.
Depths of depravity.
So if you want to play with like a fire weapon, you want to get fire gems. And then to get the most out of the fire gems, whoops, you would want to run an arcane build. And so what you would want is depending on the weapon, you want either 1 blood gem or 2 blood gems that give the weapon arcane scaling. And those are called cold blood gems. And you can get abyssal cold blood gems, which will take arcane scaling from like non-existent to like A scaling. And then you put a fire blood gem in the weapon, and now it's doing fire damage that scales with your arcane stat. You can get bolt damage, fire damage, or arcane damage. All of them work. And in that way, blood gems are infusions. You can also do that with strength, heavy blood gems. There are also sharp blood gems, but there's no abyssal sharp, which means you're never gonna have, and to be fair, there should not be. That should not be a blood gem that exists, because if it were, if you were to land a critical hit and you had a sharp abyssal blood gem in your fucking weapon, you would do like a 20,000 damage riposte or visceral attack. It would be absurd.
Are you? I don't know. But I know that smell. Are you a hunter? Please will you look for my mum? Daddy never came back from the hunt, and she went to find him. But now she's gone too. I'm all alone and scared. Really? Oh, thank you. My mum wears a red jeweled brooch. It's so big and beautiful. You won't miss it. Oh, I mustn't forget. If you find my mum, give her this music box. It plays one of Daddy's favourite songs. And when Daddy forgets us, we play it for him so he remembers. Mum's so silly running off without it.
A woman's bright red brooch, engraved with the name Viola. Perhaps the jewel is a gift from a hunter. Use it to change into a droplet blood gem that fortifies any weapon. With the proper workshop tool, various weapons can be fortified.
Hello, Mr. Hunter. Still can't find my mum. Mr. Hunter, was it really her? Mummy? Mummy? Don't leave me alone.
Quaaludes, welcome back. Thank you for 11 months. Very much appreciated. Also, Special J, welcome back. Thank you for 14 months. We're not doing a Sinister run this year, but I did want to play some Bloodborne. Miyoki-san, welcome back. And thank you for 25 months. Is this regular Bloodborne? It looks better than I remember. It is regular Bloodborne. I am playing it on a PS5, which is not going to make it... It's just going to make it run as it normally does, smoother, if that makes sense. Like, it's not going to make things look better, but you're going to have less frame drops and shit like that. There's one area in this game in particular where, like, even my old ass is like, Jesus Christ, this is terrible for frame drops. Even I can see it. And on a PS5, you don't get that, which is very nice. But, you know, it doesn't instantly make it, oh, it looks great, and it runs at 60 FPS. It's still pretty much the same. It's just, it always looks good. The game looks good. It's a good-looking game. And that's what good art direction gets you, is, you know, a sick-looking game. Let me think. Is there anyone else? Or is everyone else after? I think everyone else is after. I forgot to mention that. When you two-hand your weapon, or when you trick your weapon out, your L2 goes from being your parry to being new moves. But these moves use a lot of stamina. I keep forgetting that triangle is heal and not everything like it is in Elden Ring. For example, there's me pressing triangle. There's me pressing triangle to try and get that thing, that menu, to pick shit up, you know? Elden Ring but never played Bloodborne, an interesting thing that Bloodborne has is like this limb break mechanic. And right there, what the cleric beast just did was heal his broken arm that I had fucked up, and then I broke his other arm. The more you attack a limb, it gets fucked up. And when it's fucked up, it takes more damage. But the bosses all have the ability to heal their fucked up limbs right there by doing that. Yeah, you could think of it as like when the boss does that and you're able to, when the boss does that, if you punish it, it's kind of like the boss version of an Estus punish or a flask punish. Yeah. So when you come back here and you have some insight, the abandoned, keep in mind that the first time you come here, you're probably going to have 0 insight for the average player. So when you have 0 insight, that's she's just an abandoned doll. But when you come back and you have a little bit of insight, she is standing up and responsive. And she'll talk to you.
Hello, good hunter. I am a doll, here in this dream to look after you. Honorable hunter, pursue the echoes of blood, and I will channel them into your strength. You will hunt beasts, and I will be here for you to embolden your sickly spirit.
So you can take all the blood echoes that you've gotten, and you can level up.
Very well. Let the echoes become your strength. Let me stand close. Now shut your eyes. Over time, countless hunters have visited this dream. The graves here stand in their memory. It all seems so long ago now. Over time, the graves Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
Consume insight and ring the beckoning bell to enlist the cooperation of hunters from other worlds. Silencing blank ends such forms of cooperation. Consume insight and ring the old hunter bell to enlist the cooperation of old hunters. This bell didn't always used to be in the game. This was added in the same patch that added the DLC. Even if you don't own the DLC, you can still get this. But that's when it was added to the game, is when the DLC came out. And this allows you to summon NPCs. You can even summon Gehrman to help you fight the cleric beast.
The moon is close. It will be a long hunt tonight. If the beasts loom large and threaten to crush your spirits, seek a holy chalice, as every hunter before you has. A holy chalice will reveal the tomb of the gods, where hunters partake in communion. Most of the holy chalices lie deep within the tomb of the gods, and the few that found their way to the surface were lost again in the hands of men. But if the old hunter tales remain true, one of the holy chalices is worshipped in the valley hamlet. Yet the town is in disarray. It was burned and abandoned for fear of the scourge. Home now only to beasts. the perfect place for a hunter, wouldn't you say?
So when I'm about to set my controller down, and there's a reason I don't stand next to NPCs and set my controller down. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that Bugs Bunny meme. The left trigger is so sensitive. Like when you put your controller down, you just bang. And if you shoot Gehrman, he'll leave. Sorry. After we killed the cleric beast, we got a sword hunter badge, and it's the badge of swordsman hunters under the church's blessing. When we killed that pig earlier, we got the saw hunter badge, which is the badge of a workshop sanctioned hunter. So the saw hunter badge is a badge that it's like, oh, this is a workshop hunter. The sword hunter badge, like, this is a church hunter. This was a badge crafted long ago at the workshop. It attests to one's prowess as a hunter of beasts. The workshop is gone, and no group recognizes this meaningless badge, except the messengers in the bath, who understand its profundity. Certain things can only be entrusted with a hunter in possession of this badge, or so they believe. Ludwig was the first of many healing church hunters to come, many of whom were clerics. As it was, clerics transformed into the most hideous beasts. And so when you collect these badges, the bath messengers here will grow in number, and they will sell you new things because they trust you. They're like, oh, you've got that badge? Okay, we can sell you a saw cleaver or a saw spear or a hunter's axe or the threaded cane, right? And now I can buy the Kirkhammer as well. Also, here's a fun fact for those of you who maybe didn't play the game when it first came out. But this hand lantern gives you a little lamp. And if you've ever played Elden Ring, you know, you're familiar with this thing. Right? Just a little lamp so that you can have a... It's not as good as a torch, but it's better than nothing. When the game first came out, wearing this lantern increased your character's equip load, which was a thing that the game did not tell you existed. So imagine playing Elden Ring and nothing telling you about equip load, right? Except in Bloodborne, there is no, like, you know, you can roll, but like there's no fat roll. And you mostly, if you're locked onto something, when you dodge, you just do like the quick step, right? And so there's no like different animation, but it did affect your character's stamina regeneration. And so having this thing on automatically put your character into heavy load, and your character would regenerate stamina slower. And nothing in the game told you that, and none of us knew it did that until they patched the game and the patch notes were like, oh, by the way, we fixed this. And everyone was like, what the fuck do you mean? None of us knew that was a thing. So, yeah. All right, I'm gonna see if I'm gonna go back and try and talk to Gascoigne's daughter again. I don't know if now that I've moved time a little bit by killing a boss, I might be able to send her to one of the 2 safe places. And unfortunately for her, there is no happy ending. Because From Software will just kill a little kid. You ever seen... Uh-oh. Your boy fucked up. I shot my gun instead of tricking my weapon. I don't... If you've ever seen that fucking meme, that TikTok thing, where the guy is showing the difference between the 2 different Willy Wonkas, and he's like, have you ever wondered what it would be like if you were a world-famous chocolatier? That's my dream as Willy Wonka. And like, that's the Timothy Chalamet Willy Wonka. And then it's contrasted against the Gene Wilder Willy Wonka, and he's like, I'll kill children. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. They're bourgeoisie children. They deserve to die. That's From Software. What if you didn't kill me, oh my friends? What if you didn't kill me? The nightmare never ends. But what if you didn't kill me? We could be such friends. What if you didn't kill me, oh friend? Dumbass werewolf. Can't climb a ladder, can you? Don't have opposable thumbs anymore. You gave that up to be a beast. Bitch. Another really interesting thing that Bloodborne did that no From Software game has really done after this, and it's a shame, is when you die, you leave a blood stain, right? That's typical From Software shit. But if you leave your blood stain somewhere where enemies walk around, they'll take it. They'll get your blood stain. And in Bloodborne, you can tell if one of the monsters has your blood stain because its eyes will be glowing purple. And when you kill it, you get your bloodstain back, and you get the, blood echoes retrieved message. And that's sick. They should bring that back. It really makes it feel like, oh no, I have to kill this guy, right? It would be cool if they had your blood echoes. They also sort of got like mini boss health and defenses, something like that would be sick. I would love it. So it looks like I screwed up Gascoigne's kid's quest. You have, you know, we have the two options. It's like, do you want to send her to the chapel or do you want to send her to Yusefka's clinic? And if you know, like, let's say you know the game and you're like, haha, I know that Yusefka's clinic is actually being ran by an imposter. She's a bad person and she's not gonna, you know. So I'm gonna send the child to Udin's chapel because it's actually safe there. Well, if you do that, the kid tries to go there, and keep in mind, there's nothing you can do about this. But the kid comes down here and is headed in the direction of the chapel, right? And if you happen to come back through here and you're like, hey, how come that little kid never made it? If you happen to come back through here and you kill this pig, the pig will have the little girl's hair ribbon. Because it has ate her. And now, the little ribbon, it doesn't do anything for us. But the messengers like it. And so when you go to the Hunter's Dream, there's like a little tree stump that you can go to, and there's some messengers that hang out there, and you can be like, hey, do you guys want to wear this hat? And they're like, you know, yes. And you can give your messengers different hats. And this is one of the hats they'll wear. Alternatively, if you send her to Yusefka's clinic, Yusefka just turns her into one of the little alien people. The, celestial emissaries. And while that's not necessarily a happy ending, I have to believe it's happier than being eaten by a pig.
Oh, the hunter. Thank you. So that old girl, you told her about this place, right? Well, she don't offer me much in the way of conversation, but still, I'd rather see her alive anyhow. If you find any sane survivors, well, send them along to Erdon Chapel, will ya?
So that old lady that we found, she's here now.
Oh no, I haven't forgotten. Do you think I owe you something? Well, that's a fine lark, I'd say. This whole mess that Yarnum's in is all your fault. Stupidity outsiders. Our blood's ruined, tainted by your ilk. Don't you come near me. I know your type.
So, we were talking about insight earlier. This right here, this area right here is a great example of insight. If you have 14 or more insight, this guy's lantern has eyes on it, and he can do an attack where he shoots a projectile out of the lamp at us. But he can only do that if we have like 14 insight or something like that. Alternatively, hey, some new clothes. fuck was that? So if you have 40 insight, you can see what the hell just happened. You can do that again, and you'll actually be able to see what the hell is going on. Hard to see because From Software puts shit on stairs, but his knee right there, when he does that attack, the bone comes out of his knee. And you can hit that bone and just immediately fuck him up. So the reason that blood is like healing you in this game, and the reason we heal with blood vials instead of like a flask or whatever, is because the Yharnam blood that we got injected with at the beginning of the game, what that does is it makes subsequent injections of blood heal you. And so you get injected with this very special blood that makes less special blood special. Which also kind of explains the rally mechanic. Because as you're getting hit, and you know, you're getting like these, you can imagine your character getting like scrapes and cuts and stuff. You are also cutting into your enemies, and their blood's going onto your wounds, and it's curing those wounds as it lands on them. There's a lot of sort of, you know, the blood of Christ type shit going on with this game. The Japanese have a very complicated relationship with Christianity. If you've never read about the history of Japanese Christianity, it's worth like browsing Wikipedia for. If you've ever wondered, like, why are so many Japanese video games against the idea of, you know, like organized religion? Jesus Christ! Somebody tell this guy to calm down! It's easy to miss because that guy's a menace. But when you walked down here, there was a little monster here. And it disappeared because the guy scared it. If you've ever played Dark Souls, the little monster is like a Titanite lizard. If you've ever played Elden Ring, it's like a scarab, like one of the little scarabs that carries around an Ash of War. Some of them carry around flask refills. Some of them carry around upgrade materials. In this game, they all carry upgrade materials. And so it's kind of nice to come here early and get this guy. I set it up as basically I put the game as games and demos just to sort of like surprise chat with what game we were playing today. And now I've left it on there so that it can be like, don't you feel cool being here when we're playing Bloodborne? Doesn't it feel like a little secret just for you? You're in the know, right? Feel like a special little guy. Yeah. One of the things that makes Bloodborne and Sekiro the best games is the way they let you deal with dogs. Dogs are just as big of a pain in the ass in this game as they are in other games, but dogs are coded so that if they take blood tinge damage, which is a stat you can have, blood tinge, if they take blood tinge damage, they just fall down. And your gun does blood tinge damage. So it doesn't matter if you don't have any in the stat. As long as you do blood tinge damage to the dog, you'll knock it down. Away! Similarly, in Sekiro, you can just like throw a shuriken at a dog and it's like, oh, guess I'm dead. Thanks for GG. I'm a dog. That's what would happen. You know? None of this having to use, you know, the moonlight greatsword beams on a dog. See how that guy, like, I got all of the health. Like, he shot me, and I got all my health back by doing an R2, a heavy attack, followed up by a transformation attack. So, like, the stun value of the heavy attack made this safe. And also, keep in mind, you can't do that attack just out of neutral. Right? If you transform your weapon in neutral, it just transforms. You have to transform it by, like, having an attack. When you hear me gripe about trick weapons and how it's fucking insane that From Software has never done trick weapons again, it's not just like, oh, he wants a small axe that becomes a big axe. Like, that's the least of it. That rules. That's sick. Okay? But that's the least of it. What's cool about it is you get all these, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, all this mix and match attack shit.
You're a beast hunter, aren't you? I knew it. That's precisely how I started out. Oh.
Does it really, Geralt?
You may call me Alfred.
That's pretty sick.
Master Ligarius, hunter of vile blood.
See, Geralt knows how to get me to want to play a game.
What say you? Our prey might differ, but we are hunters, the both of us. Why not cooperate and discuss the things we've learned? Oh, very good. Very good indeed. Take this to celebrate our acquaintance.
This is the trope of, like, I'm sitting here covered in blood, wearing this, like, dark garb, and he's standing here, blonde hair, white garb, looking like an angel, right? It's that trope where, like, there's two buddies and one of them is, like, kind of the edgy loner and the other one's the Boy Scout, right? And they do it so well in this game. Because you're like, oh, he's such a helpful little guy. And if you played Dark Souls 1, you're like, yay, Solaire is back. Hooray! Because this is, you know, it's Solaire's voice actor. And so you're like, this guy's like, do you want to cooperate with me? And you're like, yeah, I want to cooperate with Solaire. I'm your friend. We're friends. Somebody said, yeah, Duke of Flannel said, we're Rust Cole for real. Like, yeah, you think, you're like, yeah, it's like, I'm Rust Cole and he's Woody Harrelson, you know? He's the other guy. I can't remember his name. What was it? Marty? Rust and Marty, right? And then you get to the end of the game. And, you know.
Beast hunting is a sacred practice. May the good blood guide your way. There must be oodles for us to share. Go on. Just tell me what piques your interest. As you know, the Healing Church is the fountainhead of blood healing. Well, I'm a simple hunter, quite unfamiliar with the ins and outs of the institution. But I have heard that the holy medium of blood healing is venerated in the main cathedral, and that counselors of the old church reside in the high stratum of the cathedral ward. If you seek blood healing, and the church is willing, you should pay them a visit.
So keep in mind, our character doesn't talk. Like, we don't hear our character talk, but we know that he is talking, but because he keeps asking people about pale blood. And so we asked about the Healing Church, and he told us, like, oh yeah, that's where all this blood healing, you know, that's where it all started. I'm just a simple hunter, but that's where all the priestly shit happens. Real quick, chat, Twitch is going to play some commercials, so I'm going to fill up my coffee. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Commercials are finished. Spider Jesus, thank you for the gift sub to Joggy Manson. Enjoy your emotes and welcome in. And thank you, Spider Jesus, very much appreciated. It's the best, Dan. The Yellow King, the King in Yellow, that goes back, that's before Lovecraft. If I'm not mistaken, let me... 1895. Yeah. But I've never read The King in Yellow. I don't think. If I have, I don't remember it. I've read a million fucking things. It's possible that I've read it and don't remember. Maybe if I started to read it again, I would be like, oh yeah, I've read this. Anywho, King in Yellow was like a thing that inspired Lovecraft, and so a lot of stuff that is inspired by Lovecraft will go back and put some of that King in Yellow stuff in their work as well. I think it's, you know, like let me think of a way that I can like, for example, I never in a million years would I have ever listened to the band Flipper, right? But because the lead singer of Nirvana is like all the time wearing a shirt that has like a homemade Flipper t-shirt, I'm like, what the fuck is that? And then I look it up and it's like, oh, there used to be a band called Flipper, and they were like an old punk band from like way back in the day. So now I know who Flipper is, right? So now I track down Flipper and I listen to that. It's one of those things, except, you know, for literature.
Byrgenwerth is an old place of learning, and the tomb of the gods, carved out below Yharnam, should be familiar to every hunter. Well, once a group of young Byrgenwerth scholars discovered a holy medium.
Yeah, Sarkosa in True Detective. Like, that's a reference to the King in Yellow.
Healing Church and the establishment of blood healing. In this sense, everything sacred in Yharnam can be traced back to Byrgenwerth. But today, the college lies deep within a tangled wood, abandoned and decrepit. And furthermore, the Healing Church has declared Byrgenwerth forbidden ground. It's unclear how many of its scholars remain alive, but only they know the password that allows passage through the gate.
So,
I bid you farewell. It has been a pleasure. May the good blood guide your way.
So our homeboy Alfred, our new best friend, he tells us two things. That the Healing Church is that's the institution that has created, you know, blood ministration. And that's, you know, the basis for everything that happens in the town of Yharnam. Like, it is all tied back to the Healing Church. And there used to be a place called Byrgenwerth, which was like a college. And Byrgenwerth is where all of the Healing Church's founders started. Like, that's where they all came from. But nowadays, you can't go to Byrgenwerth because it's forbidden. Because of woke. Chat, are you guys ready? Are you ready for him to say it? I'm ready. I was born ready. Now I'm woking up! I'll forget everything! This town is long abandoned. Hunters not wanted here. You have to read that message before you open this door. And there's a reason for that, narratively.
You there? Hunter! Didn't you see the warning? Turn back at once. Old Yarnum, burned and abandoned by men, is now home only to beasts. They are of no harm to those above. Turn back, or the hunter will face the hunt.
I love it so much. You there! Hunter! Didn't you see the warning? I love him. I know at least one of you saw it. So, strangely enough, there's a statue that they just put in the fucking sky. And the weird thing about it is that, like, it wasn't always there. It got added in a patch. It got added in a patch. No one really knows why, you know? Like, maybe it was somewhere else and they were like, hey, we need this statue moved. We put it in the wrong place. And they were like, oh, okay. And it was just going to be something as simple as, like, just move this statue around a little bit. And then whoever the fuck was in charge of it, like, maybe they got sidetracked and they were like, I'm just going to put it right here for a second and I'll come back to it in a minute. I don't know. So we've been seeing beasts, you know, crucified and burned. But when we come here, we see hunters being hung upside down. And obviously, I think that is supposed to, you know, it's a little evocative of the hunter symbol. Maybe one of those things where they kill them and, you know, like they put their bodies up in a fashion to mock them. Also, I gotta say it's weird playing the game after playing Elden Ring. If you want to do a jump attack, you have to do the old school jump attack by tapping forward and pressing heavy attack. Also, the fact that there's no music as you, like, explore through areas, it's just quiet. So that monster poisoned us. But we picked up some antidotes on our way in. Used to treat ashen blood, the baffling sickness that ravaged old Yarnum long ago. These tablets only provide short-term relief. The ashen blood ailment eventually triggered the spread of the beastly scourge.
You are a skilled hunter, adept, merciless, half cut with blood, as the best hunters are. Which is why I must stop you.
That shit is so sick. He calls us half cut with blood, which is like old-timey slang for drunk. So he's calling us blood drunk. And we will find out later that that's like an important distinction. Not old-timey. I have never in my life heard anyone say half-cut. And I'm from the South. We got a lot of slang terms for when somebody's drunk. I don't understand weapon and stat damage scaling in this game. Please help. So it's a letter grade, right? This thing has D scaling in strength, E scaling in skill, and D scaling in arcane. As I level this axe up, it will get better scaling. The saw spear has D scaling in strength, dex, and arcane. This is a kind of a silly thing, and this is true for every From Software game. This has a D scaling in strength, and so does this. And yet, the D is red. And that's because this is a higher D than this. So, like, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but in America, like, the grading system, like, a D plus is better than a D. And a D is better than a D minus. So it's like, this has, like, D minus scaling, or this has D plus, you know. And then the opposite is true of the arcane. This has better arcane scaling than this, despite the fact that they're both D. But you can tell because one becomes blue and one becomes red, right? And it works its way up. So E is the worst, D is slightly better, C is slightly better, B is better, A is better, S is the best. You can improve the stat scaling of a weapon by leveling it up. You can also improve the stat scaling of a weapon by putting a blood gem in the weapon. For example, heavy blood gems make weapons have better strength scaling. Sharp blood gems make them have better dex scaling. And arcane blood gems make them have, you guessed it, better arcane scaling. Arcane scaling benefits fire blood gems as well as bolt blood gems as well as arcane blood gems. Quite thrilling. You dumb son of a bitch! There's a guy throwing rocks at you! Arcane is kind of like if Int and Faith were one stat. I'm from Ireland, and we use half cut fairly often to describe someone who's a little drunk or buzzed. Okay. What's up with Blood Tinge? Blood Tinge is what your gun is going to scale off of. Jesus Christ. I saw the barrel spinning and I was like, oh, neat. The barrel spins. Must be a visual glitch. Nope. Blood tinge is what your gun's damage scales off of. There are a few weapons that scale with blood tinge as well. The tricked form of the Chikage scales mostly with blood tinge. The bloodletter scales mainly with blood tinge. Chat. This is why I got out of old Yarnum fight clubs. Too many sweats. That's a joke because the Saw Spear is really good in PvP. So you have an option here, if you want to. You can take this ladder up, and you can go to the guy who's shooting at you, and when you go up there, he'll fight you. And, you know, you can kill him if you're good enough. It's not hard. You can also just, like, trick his dumbass into falling off the top of the roof. But, if you wait, and you come back later, you can enter this town from another direction, and when you enter from the other direction, you can approach without him seeing you. And if you approach without him seeing you, he doesn't see you hunting the monsters. And so when you come up, he's like, "Oh, hey, what's up? Weird that you're here. Don't kill the monsters here, okay? Because I'm looking out for them." And he has like a whole little dialogue, and he'll give you some items and all kinds of stuff. So We can also learn a little bit about that guy who's shooting at us by coming up here, and we will find some items and armor that belonged to his homie and compatriots. We find the rifle spear. They're a little buggy, but the monsters that don't have the cloth over their head, a lot of them are like, ugh, fire. I hate that. And so if you have a torch out, Jesus Christ, man. If you have a torch out, they'll cover their eyes. Like, get that away from me. But they're a little buggy, and so sometimes they just don't give a shit. Like, you could kind of see him start to do it there. But this is the start of, like, you know, think about in Elden Ring, all those torches that you find, and it's like, oh, this torch makes beasts afraid. This torch makes this other thing afraid, etc., etc. So I'm out of bullets, right? If I want to, I can press up. And now I get bullets, but it cost me some health. Now I was able to regain some of that health by just hitting the monster, right? If you'll look, it says I have 0 bullets plus 4. And what that means is it's using the bullets that I quote unquote made. You get 5 when you do that. The red moon hangs low and beasts rule the streets. Are we left no other choice than to burn it all to cinders? Jura, please! That's twice. That's twice I did it. Pressing the wrong button to heal. Yeah, we were talking about how cool the insight mechanic is earlier, and one of my favorite things about it, a lot of the stuff in Miyazaki talks a lot about how he was inspired by like pen and paper RPGs, and so like the other a year or two ago, somebody gave Miyazaki like a lifetime achievement award, and when they give you awards like that, they you know, it's pretty standard practice to like have the person who presents you the award either be like someone who influenced you or someone who is famous now that you have influenced. And so the people that gave Miyazaki the award were like guys who made pen and paper RPGs, fighting fantasy and I can't remember the other one. But anywho, Bloodborne and a lot of Bloodborne is inspired by an old tabletop RPG called Hunter the Reckoning. And they also have like an insight mechanic, but because it's like a role-playing game, it's more of a thing with the players where like the players can see monsters, but maybe not all of the players can see the same types of monsters. Like maybe you could see werewolves. Me and you were playing together, and like the DM tells you like you can see werewolves, and he tells me like you can see vampires. Then he never tells either one of us if we or the other one is just crazy, you know? And it just becomes like you just have to trust this person that they're correct, you know? So you're seeing shit that other people can't see, and you're having to communicate it to, you know, it's just a novel idea, and the way it's implemented in the game is really fun. I wish they had done more with it. I understand why they didn't. It would, you know what I'm saying? Like, it would be a lot to. I could think of 1,000 things. If you gave me this game and I was like in charge of like making things happen when you had insight, this game would have never come out because I would still be coming up with ideas for like what we could do with insight, you know? The game is called Hunter the Reckoning. So I've opted to come in this way. If you want to, you can opt to come in another way, and you can go down below. I'm gonna be up top here, right? This is like, the noise that you're hearing is the beasts, and they're essentially in a church, and they are having, you know, service. Church service. And they're all singing their little church song for this big dead guy. And then you can light it on fire. And now they don't sing no more. They're still alive, and they're still down there. But now they're mad. And they probably want to kill the guy who ruined their church. And that's one of those things where it's like, it's easy not to think of, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you're just doing stuff. You're just pressing buttons. But when you come back up here later on, like I was talking about, you can come from another direction. If you come from the other direction and you talk to Jura, the guy with the machine gun up top, he'll very explicitly state, like, the things that you're killing, like, they used to be human. These used to be people. And so this is the part of the game that kind of like once you get that dialogue, you know, later on in the game. This is that dialogue that's supposed to sort of make you question like oh shit. Like have I been lied to this whole time? Have I just been like killing dudes? And yes, you have. Not only, like, are you just killing dudes, but you're even, like, killing dudes who are capable of, like, communicating with each other and, like, having culture. And this poor guy's just scared. Like, he won't even fight you. He's just like, oh no! Oh, what have you done? What a terrible monster you are to have done this to us. What a beast. You bloodthirsty savage. We participated in a genocide, Bonnie. Bloodborne is very heavy. Bloodborne is very heavy. I mean, every From Software game is. But Bloodborne is very explicitly heavy on the idea of curses. And people who are cursed. Like, you did this, and as I'm dying, I curse you. May your blank blank forever. You know. So you've got the old ones who are cursed to never be able to have children and keep children. And then alternatively, you have the Yarnamites. Again, we talked to Alfred, and he was like, yeah, everything in Yharnam is based around the Healing Church. That's like, they're like the political, you know, whatever, figurehead. Not figurehead, because figurehead implies they can't do anything, but are just there as like a sort of, you know, show. That's not the case. Like, they do everything. They're in charge. The Healing Church. And everything from the Healing Church stems from a group of scholars from a college called Bergenworth. And we will find out later that Bergenworth has been cursed. And all of these scholars who left Bergenworth and founded the Healing Church have been cursed. And so this beastly scourge is essentially a part of that curse, where it's like a what do you call it? A poisoned fruit. Is that it? Poisoned something. Where like anyone who has benefited from this is cursed, right? Even if they weren't necessarily like in the know or connected or a part of it, like they're all cursed as well. And you can sort of draw a connection there to like Moog and Morgoth being cursed, as you know, by the horn scent, to be omens, despite the fact that they didn't do anything. You know, their parents did, and their parents were cursed. And since their parents were cursed, you know, the kids suffer for it. And it's the same thing here, where, like, you know, the people of Old Yarnum probably had nothing to do with the massacre at the fishing hamlet. But that doesn't matter. Like, they're the ones who are going to be cursed. Something, the lower class paying for the sins of political leaders. If you can imagine something like that. I know it seems weird, but just, you know, it's fiction. Go with it, right? Put on your thinking cap. Damn you, lock on. And just like I am cursed, fuck, to have bad lock on in FromSoft games. Despite the fact I never did anything wrong. I never hurt nobody. They made Bloodborne woke. I mean, I love that, like, I love that woke means, like, they put a black guy in Dungeons and Dragons, or, you know, like, they gave a woman a sword, or whatever. And, like, implicit themes of, like, women being used as farms for blood. And, like, a group doing a genocide on a group who was genocided. Like, that's all fine. Like, that's not woke. That's some other thing, probably. People gripe a lot about how there's no, like, media literacy or whatever. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good, actually, that there's no media literacy. It's a secret third thing. I'm curious if my torch will do better at scaring monsters if it's the other torch. I don't remember that being a thing, but it would make sense just based off the item descriptions. That's what I meant to do. That's what I meant to do! So if you've watched me play a lot of Elden Ring, every time I make a new character, I will walk up to a door and accidentally gesture at it once as soon as I start the game, and then I go into my menu and I remove all of the gestures that are automatically equipped, and then it never happens again for the rest of the playthrough, right? Unfortunately, that's not an option in Bloodborne. So you're just stuck doing this shit. There might be a way to turn off motion gestures. I looked for it, but I didn't see it. But that might be something that they added to Elden Ring, and it's only in Elden Ring. I don't remember. Maybe in controller settings on the PlayStation? Yeah, maybe it's like a PlayStation setting and not a Bloodborne setting. God damn it! I keep pressing triangle at the wrong time. Oh, hi. Yeah, the statues are chained up. And it's almost like maybe they were going to move the statues somewhere else, which would make sense because this is old Yarnum. And we hang out in Yarnum. And so it's like they had a city, and then this happened, and they were like, all right, we're just going to build a city on top of it. Can we get the statues? I mean, I guess we could, but like there's a lot of werewolves down there. Okay, you know what? Fuck it, just leave the statues. I've heard of Loki, Curl. I have not read or, you know, I've heard of Loki. I've seen them on Twitter, and I've talked to people who, like, I remember when I was talking, when I was on the Sinclair podcast, Sophie and Sin both were, you know, like, I know that they have podcasts with Loki and stuff like that, but I personally have not interacted with that person. I think we've maybe like spoken on Twitter briefly or something, but not, I'm not like real familiar is what I'm getting at. So, Gehrman also had some dialogue where he was like, hey, if shit gets too real and you feel like you're out, you know, like you're not strong enough to go on, seek a holy chalice. Hunters used to commune with holy chalices, and what they would do is they would use them to make themselves stronger. Nowadays, all of the holy chalices are gone, and they're in, like, the resting place of the gods. But there's one left in a town that has been burned and abandoned, and it's full of beasts. And that sounds like a good place for a hunter to go, doesn't it? And so this is where we can get our first chalice dungeon. Also, we've summoned our homeboy Alfred. And like they've obviously burned this church in Old Yarnum, but we can see some cool statues that I don't think that they appear anywhere else. But we see these, you know, obviously like these dudes who wore like the rags and covered themselves in that cloth. Like that was obviously like some sort of like position of respect, I guess, because you know we see their statues like down here where these people have like covered themselves in cloth and whatnot. And then you fight this monster and you think about all the monsters that you saw on your way down here who were like covered in that cloth. And so like I used to think like, I wonder if the monsters are like, they're like, oh man, I look terrible because I'm a monster. I'm gonna wear this thing over my head. But the more I think about it, the more I've played the game and the more I pay attention to these little details, I think that they're still wearing that because like, you know, we saw them at the church and they were all like singing that, you know, to that one beast guy with their little song. I think that they're still wearing it because that's still a part of, you know, like their thing. And maybe the idea, this is something that came up in Elden Ring, and it was something that I harped about when the DLC first came out. The Lamenter, they're like, the Omen are like, not the Omen, the Horn Scent are like, it rules to have horns. Having horns is great. And then the Lamenter came out. Like a Lamenter was spawned, or something got enough horns that it became a Lamenter. And the Horn Scent were like, ooh, but not that. That's fucked up. And it reminds me of this, where it's like, yeah, take all this blood. It rules to have the blood. The blood is good. Look at how it transforms us and gives us cool long arms and fur. But then like somebody legitimately turned into a beast and the church was like, ooh, not like that. That's fucked up. Throw that in jail forever immediately. No one ever talk about that. That's disgusting and we hate it. Ugh. Not James, welcome back. Thank you for 30 months. Raven, welcome back. Thank you for 16 months. And Storyteller, thank you for the gift sub to Emboldened Tarnished. Appreciate y'all. Give me just a couple minutes. Twitch is going to play commercials. I'll be right back. I just remembered that when we went to the Jamaican place this afternoon for lunch, I also got some mint lemonade. I put it in the freezer. I'm excited to drink that. Is this the most blessed run of all time, chat? Is this the most blessed run of all time? No. No, it's not.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire?
Very rarely, the doll will come up here, and if you kind of like sneak up here, you can catch her saying a prayer to the grave. You can look it up on YouTube, but it doesn't happen very often.
Over time, countless hunters have visited this dream. The graves here stand in their memory. It all seems so long ago now. Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world.
The healing church and the blood ministers who belong to it were once guardians of the hunters in the times of the hunter Ludwig. They worked and forged weapons in their unique workshop. Today, most ministers don't recall the hunters, but they have much to offer you. And so, heed the message of your forebears. Ascend to Erdon Chapel.
Are the specific hunters you said are represented by the gravestones on the staircase like named ones? Yeah, like we know that Jura was a hunter of the dream, and we know that Eileen was a hunter of the dream, just based off their dialogue with us. And then the other ones I think we can kind of assume probably belonged to like the hunters that we can summon with the old hunter's bell. Like Antal and the other guy. Prospector Oleg. Yeah. Those guys. And, you know, it's probably safe to assume that some of those people, and, you know, the graves that we see that take us places in the main game, those are probably like, you know, those are important, but probably equally important are the graves that we see that we can use to open chalice dungeons as well. So now that we've killed the blood-starved beast, this door has opened, and Gehrman tells us to do as your forebearers did and ascend to Uden Chapel.
Go on. You bury
Chat, it is the #1 FromSoft streamer who hates Bloodborne. I can think of no other streamer who has such a focus on From Software games and at the same time doesn't like Bloodborne. I don't know if anyone here is hate watching and they're like, God, I hate this fucking game. What a piece of shit this game is. I'm gonna watch this streamer play it. Just know that I have the streamer for you in chat, Napstar F. Nap fucking hates Bloodborne. Fuck. I only hate watch Elden Ring. I feel like there's a lot of people who hate watch Elden Ring. Now look, I love Bloodborne. I think it rules, okay? Is it perfect? No. Do I think it's close to perfect? It's close to being my perfect game, I'll say that. But you know, I can understand people not liking it. Jesus Christ. Maybe I could get to show off the bloodstain mechanic though. Yeah. Hang on, chat. I have to resurrect Slugbot. Yeah, I think that that's like... I think that that's something that a lot of people forget when it comes to Bloodborne. God damn it. Is that, like, if you played this game when it first came out, or if you played this game and you didn't own the DLC, and you just did the base game, and you didn't do the Chalice dungeons, the bosses in this game aren't great. And I think that that's true of, like, people are willing to give Demon Souls a pass because, like, it was the first one. And so, like, 90% of the bosses in Demon Souls are just, like, weird puzzle bosses. But Dark Souls 1 and 2 and most of Bloodborne, like, it's fun to explore and to look around and like fight monsters and just regular guys in the level, and then you fight a boss and you're like, this kind of sucks. And it wasn't until like the Bloodborne DLC and then Dark Souls 3 and, you know, Elden Ring and Sekiro, where From Software was finally like, oh, we can make good bosses. Like, we knew they had it in them, you know, based off of like False King Alon, Artorias, Penetrator, and this is not to say that like Tower Knight isn't a cool idea or whatever, but you know what I'm saying, like a boss where it's like you actively engage within like a fight as opposed to like a puzzle. But yeah, Rame and Alon and there's probably some other Dark Souls 2 bosses where it's like, these are just good, fun fights, right? You know, it's like we knew that they had it in them to do these types of fights. They just didn't on a consistent basis. Velstadt, Ivory King, Dark Lurker, these are all good choices. Yeah, like, Bloodborne starts strong, which is one of the reasons I like Bloodborne more than I like Dark Souls 3, is because Bloodborne starts strong with, like, Father Gascoigne is good, Blood-Starved Beast is fine, Vicar Amelia is good, and then it kind of dips, and you get, like, Shadows of Yharnam, Rom, One Reborn, and Mikolash, like, back to back to back to back, and, like, that, none of them are good. But if you're mixing it up and you're going into the Chalice dungeons, which is what they had sort of envisioned, I think, then you're down there and you're fighting Watchdog of the Old Lords and Undead Giant and Bloodletting Beast, and there's some good bosses down there, you know, like there's good bosses in the Chalice dungeons. Assuming you're not doing a challenge run, Keeper of the Old Lords is a good boss. If you're doing a challenge run, it's a pain in the ass, but, you know, it is what it is. Anyway, this guy has my blood echoes, like I was talking about earlier. So if I want to get my runes back, I have to kill that guy whose eyes are glowing. And there's that Will wakes up from a dream in Stranger Things noise. You'll never unhear it now. Will wakes up from a nightmare in season 2 of Stranger Things, the noise. And now I get the Radiant Sword Hunter's badge. And if I come to this door, it's locked. And then you can do this. Because Miyazaki grew up playing Zelda. The Bloodborne DLC, like, you cannot overstate how big of a deal it was to add in that many, like, good bosses. You get Ludwig, and again, as long as you're not doing a challenge run, you get Maria, she's great. You get Lawrence. People don't know that he's great, but he is. You get Orphan of Kos, and then you get a great soundtrack in The Living Failures. I can never remember how to do this shit. I think you're just supposed to walk off right here. Let's see where this guy walked off. Okay, obviously that's not right. I'm pretty sure it's right here. Nice. And so we have ascended Uden Chapel, and the gate to the cathedral ward is locked. I haven't walked up to the gate and tried to interact with it, but it's locked, and so we can't make progress. You can spend 10,000 blood echoes to buy a little emblem, and the emblem is symbolic of, like, when hunters would come back at the end of the hunt, they would hold the emblem up and be like, it's done, and the people would unlock the doors to the cathedral ward. But that's not going to happen tonight, right? And you can buy the emblem from the messengers, and then you show the messengers the emblem, and they're on the other side of the gate at the lever, and they'll pull the lever open for you. Because the messengers are just silly little guys, you know? Or you can do what we are doing right now, which is, like, sneak around, basically. And so we're sneaking around to the other side of the cathedral ward. But if you drop in just the right place, like Gehrman was talking about, when Gehrman was like, ascend Uden Chapel. You show up here, and this is the old workshop. And this is, of course, also the Hunter's Dream. Right? This is what the Hunter's Dream is based off of, is the old workshop. Where the hunters back in the days of Ludwig used to hang out and work on their weapons and make armor and stuff like that. And we find a set of clothes for the doll. Discarded doll's hat, likely a spare for dress up. A deep love for the doll can be surmised by the fine craftsmanship of this article and the care with which it was kept. It borderlines on mania and exudes a slight warmth. And the fact that they made her finger twitch is like... That's just such a great little detail. We got 1/3 of an umbilical cord. And a small hair ornament. A small, very ordinary hair ornament. Although it has been lost for quite some time, one can still see signs of the care with which this tasteful ornament was once kept. Its color would stand out most brilliantly against a head of grayish hair. A great relic, also known as the Cord of the Eye. Every infant Great One has this precursor to the umbilical cord. Every Great One loses its child, and then yearns for a surrogate. The third umbilical cord precipitated the encounter with the pale moon, which beckoned the hunters and conceived the hunter's dream. Used to gain insight, and so they say, eyes on the inside, although no one remembers what that truly entails. What are your thoughts on why the messengers continue to help you even if it becomes apparent that your actions go against the moon presence? Aren't the messengers extensions / aspects of her will? That is literally just game mechanics. Originally it was just like you had one shot against the moon presence, which is why the moon presence is as easy as it is. And if you lost, you just got the other ending. And then they were like, let's not do that. And so, you know, the idea that like you can fight the moon presence and then the respawn and the messengers are like still on your team or whatever.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire?
Give small hair ornament.
What? What is this? I can't remember. Not a thing, only I feel. A yearning, something I never felt before. What's happening to me? Tell me, Hunter, could this be joy?
So when you give her the thing, she like cries a little tear and she like wipes it away, and you get this tear stone. A silver shining tear stone, used to change into a droplet blood gem that fortifies any weapon. A doll sheds neither blood nor tears, and thus its nature remains unknown. Whoever thinks this is precious must be troubled by severe naivete.
Welcome. What is it you... Over time, countless hunters have visited this dream. The graves here stand in their memory. It all seems so long ago now. Farewell, good hunter. May you find...
Punished Baldus, thank you for the 5 gift subs, and welcome in and enjoy your emotes. Punished Baldus, thank you so much. Very generous, and I appreciate it. Thank you. I love games and demos. We love games and demos.
Oh, Lawrence, what's taking you so long? I've grown too old for this. Of little use now, I'm afraid. Oh, Lawrence, what's taking you so long? I've grown too old for this. Of little use now, I'm afraid.
So we found the umbilical cord in the hunter's workshop, like the real hunter's workshop. And, we saw that in the item description that this umbilical cord is what precipitated the encounter with the pale moon, which beckoned to the hunters and conceived the hunter's dream. And this kind of gives us like an idea of like Gehrman and Lawrence and Ludwig and all these old timers, Maria, finding this important like relic of a great one and using it to somehow contact a great one. And the great one created this hunter's dream, and Gehrman, I guess, drew the short straw, or I guess maybe volunteered to be here. But he's been here for so long, and he expects that he's supposed to leave at some point. And that he's still waiting on Lawrence to do something, to figure something out that's gonna, you know, get him out of here. None of that matters, though, chat. Now that we have the Radiant Sword Hunter badge, the Radiant Sword indicates the heirs to the will of Ludwig. These hunters, also known as Holy Blades, are what remains of an ancient line of heroes that date back to a very early age of honor and chivalry. And so these badges allow us to buy new weapons and things. And we see we have a new messenger in the bath. And he's got this copy of Berserk Volume 1. Or I guess it's like a box, actually. Because it's got little handles on it. And so now we can buy Ludwig's Holy Blade. The best weapon ever. We can also buy Ludwig's rifle. We can buy the flame sprayer now. We already picked up the hunter's torch, but we can buy one now. We can get the tomb prospector's garb. Attire of the tomb prospectors, who explore the old labyrinth on behalf of the Healing Church. The Healing Church traces its roots to Bergenworth, and is therefore aware of the ruins' true importance. They contain much more than mere hunter trinkets. Indeed, they hide the very secrets of the old Great Ones, sought after by those with the insight to imagine greatness. Oh, well, would you look at that, chat? We have the minimum requirements to play with Ludwig's Holy Blade. What a coincidence. Strange how that works. So it's for if you've never played Bloodborne, it's a straight sword, and it has a straight sword moveset. With a double poke, can you imagine that? Unbelievable, right? And then it can become a great sword. I'm trying to conserve my stamina so that I can show you every swing of the weapon. You have to swing it and wait just enough for your stamina to start to regenerate, and then swing it again. And then, of course, we were talking about the transformation attacks being the coolest part. Shit rules. The best. An abandoned doll. There's a weird glitch that happens right here where you're standing just where an NPC is, like loading in. And as a result, you can kind of hear her start to have dialogue. And it just replays the same part over and over again. And people were like, is this a secret? No, it's just a poorly optimized. And here we get the beast rune from killing this guy. Now, we haven't found the thing that allows us to equip talismans, rings, whatever you want to call them. In this game, they're called runes. We haven't found the thing that lets us equip those yet, but we have started to find some actual runes. We've got Communion we found in the church, and we got Beast, which we just got off this guy. And this gives you a boost to beast transformation. So if you eat a beast blood pellet, the more you attack, the more beasthood meter you gain, the more damage you do. It's almost like do more damage as you keep attacking. It's like the very first instance of that in a From Software game, to my knowledge. What would become like Millicent's prosthesis and shit like that. And if you're wearing that rune, you can gain more. You can have like it caps out at a certain point. If you have a beast rune on, it caps out higher, so you can get even more, right? But another thing that the beast rune does is it makes you take less fall damage, and the game never tells you that. And I am convinced that the beast being at the bottom of this thing, like, it's implied that he fell down, but like managed to survive because he took less fall damage, I guess. That's my personal headcanon.
A night of curses. A night to remember. Wouldn't you say, friend?
Do you visually turn into a beast? No, but you can, but that requires a different thing. However, the thing that it requires to do that does automatically give you beast meter. There's a weapon that you can find, and if you use it while you're wearing a beast rune, not the beast rune we just got, a different one, it will turn you into a beast. And when you attack with the weapon, it automatically has beasthood, like the beast meter on it. Kung Fu Santa Claus up here. The dragging an axe sound effect is so good.
This time's finished.
And then this is your first, like, okay, wait, what the fuck is going on in this game? I thought I was just a werewolf hunter. And that's our first, I believe that's your first, unless you did a Chalice dungeon, that'll be your first Arcane Blood Gem. And it gives your weapon fire damage. And that's cool, but it only, like, if you're gonna put a fire blood gem in your weapon, all of your damage becomes fire, and any other blood gem that you have in your weapon is not gonna do anything, unless it's also fire. So you can't have, like, physical damage up, and fire damage. It's not gonna do you any good. The fire damage overwrites everything else. He looked right at me and then he walked away. Like that episode of Batman where the guy walks into the room and he sees Batman doing an investigation, and Batman's like rifling through some guy's drawer, and the henchman walks in and he sees Batman like looking through the drawers, and then another henchman is like, "Everything all right in there?" And the henchman's like, "Yeah, it's fine." And then he just closes the door and pretends like he never saw Batman. And that's the best game of all time. What you just saw, that right there, that's the best video game that's ever been made. Like, nothing will top this in terms of, like, what is cool. Transformation attack. That's cool as shit. Follow-up attack that allows you to crouch under your enemy's attack. That is also a transformation attack that puts you in position to parry with a gun. You know? It's like Sekiro, but more stylish. You know what I mean? Like, because it's not just a katana. Attack, block with a katana. You know what I'm saying? It's... Ugh. You can do that with whatever... Oh god, I died. You can do that with whatever weapon you want to do it with. It doesn't matter. It's the sickest shit in the world. Actually, you know what, chat? It's about time for Twitch to play some commercials. So I'll let Twitch play some commercials, and I'll hang out here and wait for the commercials to finish. And I will take this opportunity to let the dog out. I will be right back. Premium doll content, that's right. Also, did I say thank you to Kazaa Dog? I feel like I didn't. Welcome back, Kazaa Dog, and thank you for 33 months. Very much appreciated. I only have Sophie right now, because Lily went on a play date with her friends. So I only have to let Sophie out, and she's pretty quick. Lily takes forever because she wants to walk around and look at squirrels and smell birds and stuff, but Sophie's like, no, I don't care about any of that. Just let me in and out, and then give me a treat. Sophie has no friends. Yeah, yeah, Sophie has no friends. She'll hang out with other dogs, but she doesn't want to, you know? Lily is always like, oh yeah, other dogs, let's go. Sophie is like, oh hey, I guess. I'm gonna go upstairs and lay down while you're here. Relatable. She's just like me, for real. Give me a minute. I'm gonna let her out. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I don't think, Giovanni, I don't think From Software, like, I don't think they could, I think if they wanted to, they could make trick weapons. I think that they purposefully haven't. Because in games like Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring, you have like 1 million weapons, and you have like, okay, we have 1 million weapons, and they all fall into like a category of like straight sword, curved sword, great sword, curved great sword, colossal great sword, hammer, great hammer, yada yada. And so there's like a blanket sort of balance there, and there's like a are you a dex build? Here's the dex. Here's the dex sword. Here's the dex hammer. Here's the dex colossal sword. Right? Here's the strength curved sword. Here's the strength spear, you know. With trick weapons, with Bloodborne, it's like, look, we're going to give you 20 weapons. Right? We got 20 weapons for you to pick from. Each one is, you know, its own thing, and if you want to use it, you're going to need these stats. Once you have the stats, you can kind of, you know, put blood gems in it to get it to do what you want it to do in terms of like, this is for a strength build, or this is for an arcane build, or whatever. But we don't have to balance 1 million different things. and we balance the entire game around, in terms of like enemies, we balance the entire game around this type of weapon. I feel like if you put 20 trick weapons in Elden Ring, that's what 90% of people would use. And so if you want trick weapons and if you want Bloodborne to be its own thing, you know, you don't touch it. You leave it alone. The fact that they haven't I mean, like, there have been things that are kind of like trick weapons, like the aquamarine dagger, but you see how they change it, and like the Ring Knight straight sword, like, they have to balance it differently. The idea that this weapon can do two different things, they have to balance it differently. And so how do they balance it? They say, well, if you turn it into its other form, it costs stamina, and you can't regain stamina while you're holding it. And those are cool weapons, but they really just don't scratch the itch in the same way, you know? The fact that they haven't done anything with that, and the fact that they are a video game company, like, we always joke about how, like, you can tell a From Software game is a From Software game. If you were watching a trailer and they hadn't showed you who was making the game yet, but you saw the character opening the door with that animation, you'd be like, oh shit, it's FromSoft, right? Because they reuse everything. The fact that they haven't reused this stuff is what gives me faith that at some point they will revisit the idea and they want it to be special. Geralt, I'll be honest, that was one of those games that I was kind of like, man, that looks good. And then I just totally forgot about it. So yeah, I definitely would be willing to give that a shot. Dark Lord Silky, welcome back. Thanks for 2 months, very much appreciated. Holy shit. Forgot that guy was there, chat. Got a lurk or I'm gonna get fired? Enjoy your lurk. Don't work too hard. Close. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Jesus Christ! Damn it. I didn't realize that the trick attack got your character that low. I've crouched under quite a few attacks using that. That's pretty interesting. Who are these bad guys and what do they have to do with werewolves? These are just church guys. They're wearing church attire. And they're basically just trying to keep us out of the cathedral ward, either because of xenophobia or they think we're a beast, or both. Why are they giant pale dudes? Hey, nice, Wimpy. Yeah, glad to do it. Now that they'll let me, you know. It just appears like that's like a possible side effect of the blood. Because we see these guys here, and then in the Chalice Dungeon, we'll see guys that are like this from the before times, from like way before Yharnam. Yeah, I've heard people say that these are like Thumerians that the church has like, I guess, enslaved or something. And I mean, I guess that's a possibility, but to me it just makes more sense, especially if we look at the game from like a sort of like meta context. The way From Software typically does like storytelling is they love to have the idea of I think it's overstated a lot. I think people misinterpret what it means, but From Software likes to use cycles of like, look at these people make the same mistakes that these other people made. And we know that that's a thing in this game. Because we see that, like, the Lauren Beast Plague in particular is, like, the exact same as the Yharnam Beast Plague. And so it's like, what Yharnam is experiencing is, like, the exact thing that Lauren experienced. And so the idea that, you know, you have these giants as like a... Uh-oh. You have these giants as like a possible side effect or whatever. This son of a bitch. One of these days, I'm gonna have depth perception. And on that day, enemies will quake and tremble in fear of how good I am able to perceive depth.
You're not from around here, are you? Well, an outsider who's come to join the hunt? What a pathetic idea. You what? What, you think I'm a beast? Well, maybe I think you're a beast. And step away from our castle.
X2, just that it's October.
Oh, enough of you. What, you think this is funny? Well, I certainly don't, so be gone with you. I'll have nothing to do with your beast stunts.
Oh my, what a queer scent. But I'd take it over the stench of blood and beasts any day. What is it then? I'm off.
We did that last year, Stowe.
If that's what you're here for, I'll leave you to your own devices.
No, not last year. 2 years ago.
If that doesn't do it, come back in the morning, darling.
The church pick run was New Game Plus, I think.
Oh, thank goodness. You're a hunter, right? Might you know
Also, hi,
a
Stowe.
safe place? The night is long, and I've very little of the incense left. Please, there must be some nice place to run off to.
All right, we'll tell her about Uden Chapel because we don't want her to get turned into an alien.
Oh, thank you, darling. Maybe I'll see you there.
That works for me, Eddie. That's much easier than...
Oh, thank you, darling. Maybe I'll see you there.
Saint, I'm trapped in Yahar Ghul and you need to save me. All right.
What's this two-bit nonsense you're peddling? I heard you told that wench about some shelter. Well, she's a damn fool to trust an outsider. Why? Well, her sort's probably just fixing to feed some of your coin. All right. What crafty lies does the outsider have today? You think I'm an easy mark? Yeah? Well, give me your best shot.
So this guy doesn't trust you. So if you tell him to go to Uden Chapel, he'll go to Yusefka's clinic. And if you tell him to go to Yusefka's clinic, he'll go to Uden Chapel. So now the question is, what would Jey Que Simon do in this situation? You know? I feel like Jey Que Simon would just, you know, he'd be like, look, I'm going to tell you like it is. And if you don't believe me, then that's on you.
Yeah, sorry. Too sharp for that bollocks. I know a superstition when I hear one. Outsiders. Even their lies are predictable.
Fuck you, go to the clinic then, dickhead. And he will.
We've the deepest gratitude for the church and all they do for us. The deepest, widest gratitude. Yes.
So she's here now. Also,
Oh, kind hunter. Thank you. So, that lady, you told her about this place. Well, she actually talks to me. Well, only now and then, and she don't mince words. But she's a kind one. I can tell. A good woman. If you find any sane survivors, well, send them along to Erden Chapel, will ya?
Oh, hello, dear. You weren't lying. This is a safe place. Thank you. I'm in your debt. I'd like to tender my thanks, but I haven't much to offer. All I can give is my blood. But would you even take a whore's blood? Oh, good. Come close, dear. Don't worry, this isn't the first time.
thanks for your blood, whore.
Oh, hello. Sorry, dear. You're much too eager. I've only so much blood, okay?
So she gave us the blood of Ariana. Heals HP and temporarily boosts stamina recovery speed. A woman of pleasure. The sweet blood of Ariana restores HP and temporarily speeds stamina recovery. A member of the old healing church would know that her blood is similar indeed to precisely what was once forbidden. These jerks killed me down here before I could talk to my favorite door. No response.
deepest gratitude for the church and all they do for us. Deepest, widest gratitude. Yes. Yes.
This is my favorite guy.
Praise you. Praise the old damn church. And best of luck hunting. Best luck of all.
So basically, on the night of the hunt, the Yarnum people just like lock themselves in their houses, let the church wander through and just murder everything, and they just get drunk while like this goes on. And so that dude's just like, you know, locked up in his house, drunk as shit, like, yeah, the church! Yeah! Yeah, get him. A watchman of Bergenworth guards the gate with a password, the sacred adage of the Grand Cathedral. Are there any church hunters left, like real ones? Yeah. Alfred is still around. I don't know if you would consider the Yarhar Ghul hunters as church hunters. I guess it depends. Like, they could be church hunters, or you could see them as, like, hunters for Mensis at this point. Either one. What's her name from the choir is still around. Uria, whatever her name is. Yuri. What's the lore behind the aliens? So there's two different types of like evolution. One is represented as like clockwise metamorphosis, which is the brain sucker alien evolution, and then one is represented as like the beastly evolution, which is like going backwards, anti-clockwise metamorphosis. So Lawrence and the Healing Church, they're a part of Bergenworth, and they're all under Master Willem. And Master Willem is like, hey, we need to collect insight. We need the people of the fishing hamlet that you guys genocided when I told you to. Those people all had eyes inside their heads, and they were privy to like communication with this great one, and they, you know, like they were doing things for it, or they were blessed by this thing. There was some sort of like beneficial thing happening for, you know, like a symbiotic relationship or whatever. So we need eyeballs inside of our head. We need insight. And that represents like the clockwise metamorphosis. And Lawrence was like, but what about this blood, man? This blood does crazy shit. We've seen that people have done, you know, basically magic with this blood. And Willem is like, no, that shit's whack. We don't do that. So Lawrence and the blood menstruation and all the blood stuff, that's like the werewolf thing. And then Master Willem and Bergenworth and all of that, that represents like this idea of like, let's stuff eyeballs inside of our heads so that we can transform into brain suckers. The aliens that you see walking around, the celestial emissary, those were created by like the highest echelon of the church, which is called the choir. And the choir's whole deal is like, let's keep Master Willem's shit alive. Let's keep that going. Let's keep, like, it was basically like an arm of the church dedicated to keeping Master Willem's shit going. And so they're creating these little celestial emissaries that can talk to some outer being somewhere, because it blesses them with like laser magic that they can shoot at their enemies. And so you have the celestial emissaries in the clock tower. And then in the DLC, you see all the failed versions of that, which are the living failures and all the people in the clock tower. Yeah, all the people leading up to the clock tower that are like those big bobble-headed freaks who are like, I hear dripping, I hear water.
The password. The password. No. Someone at the door. Let's get the door. Let's get the door. Let's get the door. Bit me. No, he was bleeding. He was not. What was it? No, like that, not like that, no. Get the door, Amos. Get the door. No.
Shout out to the night shift worker.
Oh, hello there. Perfect timing. I must warn you not to go near the tomb below Erden Chapel in the Cathedral Ward. Henrik, an old hunter, has gone mad. And he's my mark. Don't go near the tomb below Erden Chapel in the Cathedral Ward. I have business there first.
And so, of course, the very first thing we do Remember that little girl whose mom we found dead and then killed her daddy? What if I told you that you could wipe out her entire family line? Assuming you didn't die.
That wasn't necessary of you, but you have my thanks. We made it with our lives. You're not bad at all. You must have killed Gascoigne as well, then. He was falling apart, I'm sure it had to be done. But try to keep your hands clean. A hunter should hunt beasts. Leave the hunting of hunters to me.
She gives you all the best gestures.
Try to keep your hands clean. Leave the hunting of hunters to me.
I don't think she's praying. No. So, the Thumaru chalice that we found in Old Yarnum by killing the blood-starved beast, and the ritual blood that we found on that altar in the church, where the little beast guys were singing their song, we can use that to create a chalice dungeon. The ritual is finished and a chalice rests upon the altar. You may now explore the dungeon. Fight blood level 4 new game +6 shadow so you control ghost like Vic, Wraith, and I used to. I don't know that that's worth, Stowe. I don't know if having bragging rights at just ghost. And the chalice dungeons, people gripe about having to do the chalice dungeons on every character, and like honestly that's fair. To have to do this every time you wanted to make a new character, if you wanted access to like the best shit, is you know, I feel like most other games would make you do it once and then be like, okay, you now have access to this across all your different save files. But having said that, I like the chalice dungeons. I think they're cool. It's a good place to get blood echoes to level up and to buy more blood vials. It's also a good place to get blood vials, as well as other stuff like Molotov cocktails and poison knives and things like that. Shit. Damn it. I did it wrong. All right, hang on. Fuck, stop it. There we go. Now I have a shield. I'm a shield guy. The holding the block thing is it's a glitch. Something similar shows up in other FromSoft games where you can sort of like do a glitched moveset. Ow. Essentially doing moves with a weapon that it shouldn't be able to do. What's happening is if you press backstep and R1 with this thing, you do this attack. And it has block frames on it. And if you block an attack, like I'm doing, he keeps breaking my guard. But if you block an attack and you hold L2, you'll hold the block and you can walk around like that. And then you lose it as soon as you press attack or, you know, whatever. Yeah, you can also do it with the hammer. The hammer's attack is different, though. The attack to get you to the moveset. To get you to the block. I think it's the running attack. Instead of the backstep attack. Are you actually blocking? Yeah. If you go back and you watch the Project Beast trailer, Harm's Pilot, welcome back, and thank you for the 100 bits. The Project Beast trailer was like a leaked trailer for Bloodborne, before the game was called Bloodborne. And it was just meant to be like an internal trailer, you know, probably from FromSoft to Sony, to kind of give them like, hey, this is what we're, you know, this is the type of trailer we're thinking about. The stuff we want to show off. There's a lot more emphasis on block in that trailer. And then at some point during development, they just decided like, okay, look, we're kind of sending mixed signals if we let people block, but we keep giving them all this like, hey, be aggressive. And so a lot of the block stuff ended up not being in the game. And yeah, that's one of those things that, you know, originally the weapon was going to have, like, maybe every weapon, instead of having new attacks on L2 when they're transformed, maybe weapons were originally going to have a block. And then they decided, like, nah, let's give them different attacks instead. But because they were playing with it at some point, it persists in the game, and you can basically like force the game to let you do it if you know what I'm saying, if you know what you're. It's the same thing with like the katana in Dark Souls 3. Sophie, my God, what? This is what dogs do. I'm a dog. Onikiri and Ubidachi, like, there's a way to make it parry, which is like something that it doesn't have in the game, but it apparently used to. Let me kill these rats, and then Twitch wants to play commercials. So let me Go see what she is barking at. I know exactly what she's barking at. She's barking because Lily is home and she can hear the car in the driveway. But she's the dumbest coward dog that ever lived. So she goes, "Grrr." Give me a minute. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And so is Lily. So quiet without music in these games. Something I just, you know, one of those things you don't think about. When you started playing Elden Ring, you were like, oh, there's music now, you know? And now it's like, it's weird to think about, oh yeah, there wasn't music. I think this guy can one-shot me. If you don't level your vitality at all, I think this guy is able to one-shot you. Shit. I did not want to break that yet. surprised they don't give you more time to punish that. I think the jump can one-shot. I think the pierce on a thrust on a counterattack can one-shot. And I think the oh man, I punched the ground. I think that can one-shot too. I guess they do give you more time to punish it on at the end of the combo. So an adept blood gem is one of two things. It's either thrust attack up or it's blunt damage up. It's one or the other. Adept blood gems for thrust on like the church pick, for example, like that's great. Thrust attack on like this attack, that's great. So if you wanted to like focus mainly on counter hits, thrust attack up on a weapon like that, you know, you can make that do shit zillions of damage. Alternatively, blunt attack, like all of this, I believe, counts as blunt. The Kirk hammer, I believe the tricked hunter's axe is blunt, and I believe amygdalin arm is blunt. So like you can, you know. So we're going to take all of the blood echoes that we made here, and we're going to turn them into blood vials. And this is what you should be doing. Like, you could be leveling up if you wanted to. But, you don't have to level up every chance you get. If something could be one level, or it could be 30 blood vials, maybe it's worth taking the 30 blood vials, you know? If you've ever played Bloodborne before and like you're to the point where you're like, okay, I know how to play the game now, the idea of like farming blood vials, like that goes out the window, because you're probably not ever going to need to farm them. But if it's your first time playing the game, people complain about having to farm blood vials, and it's like, just don't do that. Simply buy them. Simply go into a chalice dungeon and kill a boss and then buy a bunch of blood vials. And the earlier you do it, the better. Because because they get more expensive as the night goes on. Just do the cum dungeon? I mean, just watch a YouTube video at that point. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't spend your money on the game. The game's idea of difficulty, you could argue like, well, it's bad, it's dumb, and it's like, it might be, you know, like, obviously you're entitled to that opinion and to not like it, but at that point, why are you playing it? Just watch a playthrough of it that someone else did. And there are times when people are like, well, it's in the game, and yes, it is in the game, but it wasn't in the game. It's not in the game because the developers put it there. It's in the game because save editors put it there. I have, like, if you're like, I want to make a new build and I need, you know, I want to level up my new build quick or whatever, and you want to use the cum dungeon for that, like, absolutely, go for it. If it's your first playthrough of the game and you're just not feeling it and you're like, all right, I just want to go into the cum dungeon and yada yada yada, it's like, there's nothing this game is going to do is going to make you enjoy it at that point on your first playthrough. But there is a sick, twisted, demented sort of glee that I get when people are like, huh, so you're saying the only way to enjoy the game is the way the developers intended? Huh. Yes. I'm not saying you have to. I'm not saying you have to think it rules and that, you know, this game is the best and that if you don't like it, you're dumb. I'm not saying any of that. But what I am saying is that the game was obviously designed to be played one way. And if you're not feeling it, you know, you're not feeling it. That's fine. But the Kai Cenat playthrough, where he just used the cum dungeon, like, you know, to completely mitigate any sort of difficulty at all. And, you know, like, he just always had, and he didn't do any of the optional shit because he didn't have to, because he always had access to everything that was needed, like, in order to make progress, you know? Like, and everyone was like, man, this playthrough wasn't as good as the Elden Ring playthrough. Like, it's fine if you don't enjoy it. this game is like quite dated. You know, there are aspects of it that I feel like From Software has not, like, they haven't touched this. That thing I was talking about earlier with this guy, this shit, like, nothing touches this in any other From Software game. Crouching under an attack with an attack that leaves you ready to parry for the counter, like, that's peak shit to me. But every other aspect of this game, you could be like, well, I think it's kind of stupid that you have to farm blood vials, and I would agree with you. Flasks are a way better mechanic, entirely. But let's not. And again, if you are using the cum dungeon to like make a new character or whatever, like, there's nothing wrong with that, and I don't think, you know, I can't conceive of a way where there would be anything wrong with that, you know? But if you're using the cum dungeon on your first playthrough, like, I just don't think you're liking the game. And that's fair. It's fine to not like it. But I wouldn't force yourself to do that. I would literally just watch a playthrough of it at that point. You're saying if I use the cheaters dungeon made by the cheaters, that I'm cheating the game somehow? Yes. Yes. But I don't give a shit. It's your money. Do whatever you want. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Ow! It is Soul Pies, yes. I have a video I uploaded on YouTube of me playing through the cum dungeon and beating all the bosses. It was kind of fun. That's one of those instances where the fact that the Chalice dungeons are basically just like little Souls levels kind of works in its favor. If you do it like, if you're doing like a challenge run, basically, where you only have 1 HP. Oh God. Yeah. That got me a lot, Stowe. Bloodletting Beast does this thing where he just kind of steps on you on accident. And when he does that, it does like a minimal amount of damage to you, but you can't survive it in the cum dungeon, which is kind of funny. It's funny the first time it happens. And that is post-game Bloodborne. You fight these guys over and over and over again for tempering blood gems, and that's the game. That's gonna be where you get your first decent blood gem, is against these guys. And in the very late game dungeons, they can obviously drop like the Insano blood gems. They give you 27% extra damage. And so you just end up fighting these guys 1,000 times until they drop the perfect gems. Unless you're doing like a weird weapon, in which case you gotta do a different boss, but yeah, this is a thing that I'll bitch about, right? And because I don't want anybody to like misunderstand me when I'm saying this. I think it fucking sucks that when I'm trying to learn Alan Treyon in Monster Hunter, every time I goddamn die, I have to watch a fucking cutscene of a cat make food. Okay? That drives me crazy. I don't want to do that. I would rather do the Elden Ring thing where I just bash my fucking head against this boss until I win, right? That's how I want to approach every game. That's how, like, in my opinion, Bloodborne would be a better game. Like, if they made Bloodborne 2, we all know if they make Bloodborne 2, this fucking blood vial shit is going out the window, and we're not gonna have that because they figured out how to do it in Sekiro. And the answer is paint the Estus flask a different color. But it's the game's way of telling you to slow the fuck down and reset and think about what you're doing. You are obviously fucking up. You're not doing something right. Or you're here too early, go somewhere else. And that's the game that that's the message that the game is trying to send us when we have these moments, right? And in Bloodborne's case, it's like, go do something else. Go do a chalice dungeon, go a different way, go to a different whatever, go do something else. Don't be here right now. This is not where you need to be. I 100% agree that, like, fuck you, let me do it. I want to bash my head against the wall until the wall breaks. That's what feels good to me. But when the game tells us, like, this is what you do, then, like, that's the game, you know? Do it. Do it. Do it. Oh, you fucker. I wanted him to climb the ladder. So, how does this work? The Bell Lady summons these dudes. And when you kill the Bell Lady, the dudes die. Except, some of them don't. Some of them persist. I think she was probably only meant to summon so many, and so only so many can die when she dies. But for whatever reason, she's able to summon more than that. And so they just, you know, like those are the ones that persist. What the fuck is going on there? Those reds aren't summoned, they're just random reds. There's just random... Some are fake guys. Fakeguys.com. All right, I kind of lied to you earlier. If you guys have never played this game before, I said that the little scarab type Titanite bug enemies of Bloodborne only ever dropped upgrade materials, and that's true in the open world, but in Chalice dungeons, they only ever drop blood gems. They will never be the best blood gems, but if you just started playing the game, there's a chance they're better than what you have. How in the hell do you shoot the flower? That's the trick, right? Shoot the flower. Okay, hang on. Let me deal with Bocephus. Yeah, if you shoot the flower for like, it takes 1 billion damage. Like, you know, your gun does garbage damage, right? But if you shoot the flower, it does like half of its health. And this is like a +3 gun, right? So you can imagine, like, if you had like a +10 gun and like an actual blood gem in it for damage. But not every... I don't know what these things... I call them gingivitis monsters because they look like the fucking commercial for gingivitis. You know, like mouthwash is like gingivitis. And also, I guess they're made of teeth. Anyway, not all of them have a flower, but if they do have a flower and you shoot the flower, it just kills them. Well, it doesn't just kill them, but it like does like half their health. Now fight Orphan of Cost like this. I'm good. I'll pass. If I want that experience, I will watch Stochastic on YouTube. Oh, I forgot about this guy. We love this guy. This is the chill guy. If you kill him, he'll give you like 1 million blood vials, but you shouldn't kill him because he's cool. He wants to be a singer, but he's got a sore throat. But he's still practicing. Well, he doesn't really give you 1 million. I think he gives you like 6 or 10 or something like that. Is he supposed to be chill? I have to believe he's supposed to be chill because he's so unlike anything else in the game. Every host I help in Chalice Co-op kills this guy. Disgusting. Bloodthirsty freaks. Can that guy drop fire gems because his weapon does fire damage? In the game, you'll see guys whose weapons appear to have like special effects on them. Like there will be a guy who has like, you'll see like puffs of poison grossness coming off his weapon. And that guy will drop poison blood gems for your weapon. And if you put them in your weapon gets poisoned. Stuff like that. And typically, like you'll see guys whose weapons are on fire, and those guys will drop fire blood gems. That guy's weapon's not really on fire, but it kinda is. It looks like it. The worst part about this is not that it limits your field of view. It's that it completely changes the way you have to approach movement in the game. Like, you can't just look real fast, you know? There's no mouse sensitivity, controller sensitivity. Take it back. Oh! 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 Ah! I can't run, though. Also, you can't lock on, which means... strangely, Am I rolling or am I quick stepping when I do that? It should be a roll, but it doesn't look like a roll. It sucks that you can't run. Now you won't accidentally jump instead of rolling because you can't. Too true. It's so strange that this is the view that they give you when you wear a fucking like eyepiece. It's a monocular, okay? So it's supposed to be like binoculars, but for one eye. And you can actually see, like when a player puts it on in co-op, you can actually see them put it on, and you can see it sticking off their face. But what, instead you get this bizarre view? This is how British people see. If you're making an arcane build, by the way, this will be where you get your first decent arcane gem. A gem that, has arcane damage. It's gonna be fire damage, but it's pretty good. And you get to fight the best boy. I love this guy. Some people don't like this boss. Those people are crazy. expecting him to have a follow-up to that. I love that guy. I think he rules. The depth 1 version of this fight is neutered. That would explain why I expect him to have follow-ups that he's not doing. Fire attack up 10%, add physical 5.4. Fantastic. I don't know what that guy can drop exactly, but the best version of that would be like fire attack up 10%, add fire attack 5. That would be like the best. If we were to put that on our weapon though, you can see that it takes our physical damage, and it converts it all to fire damage. The 140, it all becomes fire damage. And then instead of having plus 68 plus, we would have plus 5. But we would also have plus 17 fire damage, right? The point is, you can't like mix and match damage types for the most part. If you've got a fire blood gem, you need every weapon in your, you need every gem in your weapon to either be a fire blood gem, or a blood gem that gives your weapon better arcane scaling, because that's what it's going to scale with, the fire damage. It's going to scale with your arcane. And so if you can give the weapon better arcane scaling, then, you're going to get better fire damage out of it. Yeah, I would really like to see them do Chalice dungeons again, but rather than put, 70-80% extra damage down there, like, hey, now you get to do 80% more damage. Rather than stick that down there, just do like, hey, you know how you wanted your cloak to be blue? Go down here. It's down here now. You know how you wanted a red hat? Go down here. But the idea of like an infinite amount of PvE to do co-op and all that, that's awesome. It rules. I love it. Yeah, there's some extra respecs down here, shit like that. Shit that's not like it shouldn't be every respec. You shouldn't have to have, like, but, you get 5, like in Dark Souls 3. It's like, we'll give you 5 respecs. And then if you want more than that, you got to go down here. Something like that. Right. Like, you can do so much fun PvP stuff in these Chalice dungeons where it's like, you and a friend versus a guy versus another guy, right? Like, there can be so many different types of guys in these dungeons. And there can be so much, like, yeah. Bring it back. I know people griped about it because the farming aspect and all that. And, they are correct to gripe about it. But that doesn't mean that you didn't have a good idea, because you did. You had a good idea. How's the PS4 emulator for Bloodborne advancing? It's playable, but I don't think it looks great yet, and I don't know that it runs smoothly yet. There's so much stuff I want to do. I'm trying to think about, like, what order to do things in. I think I want to do this. It's not a From Software game if you don't get killed and kidnapped and put in a jail. Madmen toil surreptitiously in rituals to beckon the moon, uncover their secrets.
In the cathedral ward and locked up here. There were many others, but they've been taken away. And I've heard moans echoing in the distance ever since. So, the hunt is on tonight. Then the streets are perilous, and every door will be shut tight. Perhaps it isn't my place to ask, but do you know somewhere that might take me in?
We'll tell her about Uden Chapel.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll set out as soon as I can. I pray for success on your hunt, kind hunter.
So you have to dress up like her in order for her to, like... If you don't dress up like her, or you just need to be wearing church garb. Anything that is associated with the church, she'll be like, oh, cool, you're with the church.
I'll set out. I pray, kind hunter.
This is a great place to come early. Just for the upgrade materials. Place is freaking out my dog. I'll kill children. I don't give a fuck. Nightmarish rituals crave a newborn. Find one and silence its harrowing cry. Ravia, that is actually... It's a quote from some video about a guy talking about Willy Wonka and how Timothy Chalamet's Willy Wonka was like, isn't it wonderful to be a chocolatier? And Gene Wilder's Willy Wonka was, you know, I'll kill children. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Are you serious? Shit. Shitting shit it. Aha! I don't think so, Stowe. I may change my mind, but not right now, regardless. Because I'm gonna... I started military veteran, so I have 1 extra point in skill, but that was the quickest way to get to minimum requirements for the Holy Blade. And I haven't played Bloodborne in like 2 years, and I just really wanted to play with the Holy Blade. I know I play with it all the time, like, but every time I try and think about like, what did I play with? When was, like, I did this before, right? I remember the year we did the church pick. I remember with the year we did the Moonlight, and I remember the year we did the Kirkhammer, and I'm like, I don't think I've ever done it this way, and a part of me is like, that can't be accurate. You have to be misremembering. But regardless, I just wanted to play with the Holy Blade. When's a Vile Blood playthrough happening? I feel like one of my builds was a Bloodletter, but I don't remember what weapon oh, that would have been the Kirkhammer year, I think. That was the year. So the way I would do it is I would do a minimum requirements playthrough to make a new build and then get into New Game Plus. And so like the Bloodletter build was the Kirkhammer guy. The church pick guy was the most difficult one. Because I had to go into New Game Plus. I basically like, I did an entire playthrough, got the, without leveling up, got the church pick, and then used the church pick at base level in New Game Plus. But thankfully, the church pick is really good, so it wasn't that bad. Since I was already at the end of the game, I just went into the Chalice dungeons, and I got a bunch of really good thrust gems. And I used those to carry me through New Game Plus. Fun playthrough, though. Yeah, the Sekiro build used the Chikage, and I made myself get it early by doing the werewolf skip in Yusefka's clinic. And that was fun, too. That playthrough was fun. The werewolf skip was not fun. That was a pain in the ass. What weapon class in Bloodborne do you think are done better in another FromSoft game? I think the only one you can really pick, and that is comparable, is like the katana. I think that Elden Ring katanas are more fun than the Chikage. But the Chikage is still fun, and it has stuff that Elden Ring katanas don't have. The ability to, well, I say that. I guess they kind of added it with Rolana's cameo, didn't they? I was gonna say the ability to charge your unsheath, but you can do that now. I will say, charging your unsheath attack looks way cooler in Bloodborne than it does in Elden Ring. But, like, the long swords in Bloodborne, to me, are like, I mean, look, that thing looks fucking sick. And on top of that, it has the double poke. Like, what are we talking about? Oh, also it can turn into a colossal sword. This is not... Coughing Baby versus Ludwig's Holy Blade. Like, you know what I mean? Like... How many people do you think are playing this game right now? Oh, probably not a lot. I think anyone who buys a PS5 and for whatever reason did not own a PS4, like anyone who's in that situation probably plays Bloodborne. So, you know, there's probably like a steady stream of people playing it, you know, but I doubt it's in like the tens of thousands. Somebody said 6,000 and like that's like 4,000 people maybe. I would say it's probably something like when Kai Cenat played Bloodborne. I would say you probably would have seen like a big uptick in players during that time. Also, what's up, JM Lee? Yeah, his Elden Ring playthrough was like, I didn't like watch the streams or anything, but I saw the clips on Twitter and shit like that, and seeing him like just really fucking click with it, it was like that was nice. And seeing a bunch of people get like from a new player who just clicked and understood what FromSoft games were. And, you know, like the idea of like adversity and yeah, it's hard, but like stick with it. You can do it. Having somebody new to the games and who's like so popular with like young people, like that injection of like, you know, that's like a Marcus Plyer for like a younger generation, you know? So that was cool. I'm glad he clicked with it that well. Young people feels old, man. Yeah, you're old. You're old now. Ugh. I call my PlayStation the blood box. That's fair. That's fair. The idea that that Sony is like leaving money on the table by not doing like a remaster or a sequel or something like that. Like that is something that PlayStation, like they know that, you know? The idea that they would never do anything with this IP, like, that's insane. But they'll do something with it when it makes sense to do something with it. And a company like PlayStation is going to have so many things, like, lined up that they're going to have, like, you know, 5 years in advance what games are coming out, around when, how they're going to like let's take advantage of the fact that The Last of Us is getting a TV show. Let's release a remaster of The Last of Us. Let's start working on that now. And then let's remaster, you know, this other game because there's like Horizon Zero Dawn 2 is coming out. So that's a good time to push Horizon Zero Dawn. Let's give that a little graphical upgrade. Let's give that a little remaster as well. And people play the second one and now they have now they can play the first one or whatever. It is not a coincidence that PlayStation saw Elden Ring sell 25 million copies and then immediately bought 10% of From Software's parent company, right? That's not, they didn't do that on accident. Give it a minute. It'll be the worst kept secret in gaming, guaranteed. As soon as somebody knows about it, you'll know about it. But it will happen. Oh God! You know what just occurred to me? This is an ancient dragon. Yeah, and that's the other thing. That's the other thing that you need to consider. As much as people probably don't want to hear this, like, From Software just got PS5 just released Demon's Souls Remake. You might not like it, and it might not have been what you wanted, or yada yada, and all this other stuff. But, like, that just happened. People tend to forget that, I think. Ugh. I'm 2 twin bloodstone shards away from having a +6. That sure would be nice. Watch, I'm gonna get 2 twin bloodstone shards right here. And then I'm gonna have to decide, do I want to go back or not? Son of a bitch. Oh, look, the game was so nice, it didn't give me 2 twin bloodstone shards. So now I don't have to make that hard decision. Thanks, game. What the fuck? Why did I lock on? What I just did right there is really, like, it's so dumb, but it's so good if it works. It's like so high risk, high reward. But basically, like, the dark beast hangs its head down, and then, like, it lifts its head up and all the sparks come back, and it creates a little AoE of damage while he's doing that. But it's dodgeable. So, like, if you dodge it, you're good, you know? But, you know, you gotta really be familiar with, otherwise they'll just fucking fry your ass every time. So earlier, I said if we came at that NPC who was shooting at us with the machine gun, I said if we came at him from the other direction, he would be friends with us. And that's what we're gonna do right now. Since you don't take the front door inside, he doesn't see you come in and start killing the monsters. And so he's like, you know, you get like a different interaction with him. Triangle is not how you climb ladders. One of these days I'll remember.
Well, well. How did you get in here? It's no matter. What brings you to Old Yarnum? I've no interest in matters further up, but you must not disturb this place. The beasts do not venture above, and mean no harm to anyone. If you still insist on hunting them, then I will hunt you first. You understand me? Yes, very good. I no longer dream, but I was once a hunter too. There's nothing more horrific than a hunt. In case you fail to realize, the things you hunt, they're not beasts. They're people. One day you will see. It's time you got going. But first, a farewell gift. I have no use for it anyway. What is it? Surely I need not repeat myself. Go, I say. You have the whole night to dream. Make the best of it.
LizTube, thank you for the raid and welcome in, raiders. I hope y'all had a fun stream. We are playing some Bloodborne because it's October, and that's what you do. You play a little Bloodborne in October. I am not killing Jura. Why on earth would I ever? Jura rules. This is a dude who saw the hunt not only from the eyes of the church, because the powder keggers used to be church hunters until the church was like, y'all have got to stop being rednecks. And they said, listen, motherfucker, I would rather I will face God and walk backwards into hell before I stop shooting this cannon. So he saw the hunt from that angle, and then he was also like us, like a dream hunter. And he's like, look, kid, this shit sucks.
Oh, Lawrence, what's taking you so long? I've grown too old for this. Of little use now, I'm afraid. Oh, Lawrence.
Gehrman has some other sleepy dialogue, but I think it appears later. And now that we have the powder keg hunter badge, we have this hootin' and hollerin' Bath Messenger. And we also got this Clappin' Messenger, because we got the Spark Hunter badge as well. So now we can buy Molotovs, rope Molotovs, oil urns, fire paper, bolt paper, bone marrow ash, I think we already had a rifle spear. Is that right? Where do you get the rifle spear? Can't you pick it up somewhere? Am I wrong? Am I crazy? Anyway, we can get the stake driver now, and we already have the Tonitrus, but we can get another Tonitrus if we want it. Yeah, you can pick up a rifle spear. You can pick up the rifle spear in Old Yarnum, and I did. And now you can buy another one if you want to. Why would you want duplicates? You could have like, okay, this is one I put fire gems in, so this one does fire damage. And this is one that I put bolt gems in, so this one does bolt damage. And this is one that has physical gems. Yeah, different loadouts. I guess I could spend this insight. I'm not sure what we could. I mean, the buffs are all obviously nice. And the fashion, obviously. It's always good to have drip. But I think it's time that we go to the bad bosses section of the game. We're gonna dip our toes into the bad boss section of the game. And we're gonna go fight, oh, man. Damn. You know what? For the purposes of illustrating this, I'll do it. We'll do this. This will make it not as bad for me.
You! Stay away from me! I know all your tricks.
We're gonna go to Hemwick Charnel Lane, which is a fun place to go through, but the boss is garbage. Also, like I was talking about earlier, these guys now have eyeballs on their lanterns because I have so much insight. And because of that, they have a new attack that they can do. Does this guy drop arcane gems? It just occurred to me his weapon is like arcane infused. He should drop arcane gems. this guy's weird hunter stick that he uses as a weapon. It has like a spike on the end of it, but it also does frenzy buildup. It drives me crazy, Draco. You've probably heard me bitch about this before. But the fishmen in the DLC drop like good enough bolt gems, and the hunters drop like good enough physical gems, and the sharkmen drop good enough physical gems, right? It drives me crazy that the arcane magic using research hall patients don't drop good enough arcane gems. Drives me crazy. Live, laugh, love. Himwick. So I have 26 insight right now, which means this is gonna happen, which is a fucking nightmare. Wait. It's not gonna happen because it's not late enough at night. Let's go. If you kill Amelia before you come here, it moves time forward. But I guess killing Parl doesn't count. So I don't have to worry about the mad ones spawning. And that rules. I love that. I love that for me, and I love it for us. Aha! Oh, God! Oh, holy shit. Oh, it's over, bitch. Screw you and your weird hunting party. So the bone marrow ash is a buff for your gun. It's like if you've played Elden Ring, it's like Royal Knight's Resolve, but just for your gun. Which is actually kind of silly, thinking about it. How on earth is there not some weird glitch with bone marrow ash applying to the wrong hand? With as many glitches as there were with Royal Knight's Resolve. You would think that there would be, like, something. Bloodborne streamer farms Quicksilver bullets, parentheses. He doesn't know you can just buy them. Broke ass streamer farms blood vials. Get your echoes up. I hope we get the dialogue that I like. We'll see if we get it. I never remember if it's too late or not. First, I'm gonna let Twitch play some commercials, and I'm gonna take a quick break while the commercials are playing, and I'll be right back. And we'll check the window when I get back. I guess I should go to the dream and give you guys some ambiance. All right, I'm back. And I have a Jamaican curry chicken patty. And some mint lemonade that they had at the Jamaican restaurant. And man, let me tell you. Oh, I'm one shy. One shy, hi, hi. One shy, hi do I.
Do you hear the graveyard murmurs?
Yes!
Then it's almost time. Oh, I can't wait. I just can't wait.
There are so many, like, little details to, like, the window ladies. One that I really like is fake Yosefka has a like when she's talking to you, she does this thing where she doesn't, like, wordlessly breathy, where she's like, and if you know that she's lying to you, it really it adds something to that, because she's not telling you the truth and she's excited about it. That lady right there, like, there's nothing subtle about it at all. She's just fucking insane and I love it. It was so brave of Dark Souls 3 to ask the question, what if we shamelessly ripped this level off? Thought you couldn't roll in this game? If you're not locked on, you roll. If you are locked on, you do a quick step. Also, Kangry Man, that's exactly what we're gonna do. The same bug that makes that dog not aggro in Elden Ring makes this bird also chill. I don't know if it's a bug or if it's just like they just didn't add some behavior to it, so it's just like neutral or whatever. There's a large crab in Smoldering Lake that's not hostile. I think I remember that now that you talk about it. Oh my god. This is the second time this week I've had minty lemonade. And that shit is... it's so good. The other one I had was like cucumber mint lemonade. This one is just minty and lemonade. And it's like the most refreshing drink I've ever had in my entire life. It's like a menthol drink. Like fucking, Newport lemonade. It always used to drive me crazy when I was a smoker. I was like, you know, I would smoke cheap cigarettes, but like, I always bought, you know, I'd buy my cigarettes or whatever, right? My friends would be like, my smoker friends, they'd run out of cigarettes and they'd be like, oh, hey man, can I bum a cigarette? Like, yeah, sure. And I'd give them one of mine. And then if I ever ran out of cigarettes, they always bought menthols. And it's like, I'm not asking your ass for a cigarette. Because I know you're smoking a fucking Newport or a Salem or those, like, best case scenario was like those garbage ass Camel Crush. It's like, y'all can smoke my cigarettes, but I can't smoke yours, you know?
I'll get you!
Just drink cold water after brushing your teeth? It's a little different. Good God. I had no idea what a menthol cigarette was until I looked it up just now. I mean, I don't smoke anymore, and no one I know smokes anymore, but like, they were popular. Oh God. Don't chop my head. Don't chop my head. So hard. Oh! Too slow! That man moves faster than the speed of explosion. Fucking awesome. I went through the trouble of trying to aggro one. And I get all four of them. Fantastic. Why, God? Five of them. And this is the King Dick Eater right here. Get out of here, bitch. The four kings of dogs. You know what? Honestly, Did you see that sick backstep block? God damn it! Messengers, get out of here! Hey, what's up, hair guy? Quite thrilling indeed. God damn that lemonade, man. Oh. So good. I had like half of a bottle of it left, you know? And I put it in the freezer because the way they serve it, it's like, you know, they serve it in a bottle. It just comes in a bottle. Like they make it there, but it's not like a bottle of water. It's like a slightly bigger. Anyway, they serve it kind of like slushy, you know? It's kind of like in slushy form when you buy it. I drank like half of it. And now I'm drinking the other half. But I put it back in the freezer, and then I added a little water to it so that it was back in slushy form. But also, you know, I diluted it a little bit, but it was really concentrated. So now I just get more of the drink. No, come on. Didn't stagger him? What a pain in the ass. I'm thinking either Arc Tinge or just Blood Tinge. Which class do I pick? There's only one that's good for Blood Tinge. It's one of the last two. It's like the one right above Waste of Skin, if I'm not mistaken. Noble Scion. Noble Scion is the Blood Tinge guy. If you want to go Arc Tinge, I don't know. I've never had to think about it. Because that build requires... well, it used to require an insane amount of farming. Alright, I don't have to fight the dogs again. And I should only have to fight one of these guys. Awesome. Oh! shit. Okay, this fella should drop some blood vials. Also, none of this matters. Because at a certain point, I'm just doing this to... Okay. So we're gonna have to make this run again, because I'm gonna show you guys something that's neat and also good. For a couple of different reasons. Hey! Get down here. Okay. So, this fight sucks. It's a puzzle fight. It's a From Software puzzle fight. You come in here, and there's a witch. And she's summoning up these things, which are called Mad Ones. And then the witch is... like, she has the ability to become invisible. And so now you're walking around, and you're looking for her spells, and that's how you know where she's at. Well, unless you don't. Because she somehow does that. Except, and I just kind of spoiled it. There's two witches. And if you take too long to kill this one, the other one comes back. So what you can do is you can use the homeward bone. Whatever it's called. The bold hunter's mark. You can use the bold hunter's mark, or you can just... No, you have to use the bold hunter's mark, I think. You walk in, you gain insight from the boss fight. You use the bold hunter's mark. You go back to the dream. Spend all of your insight. Come back and do the boss fight, and you don't gain insight the second time you walk into a boss fog. You know, like the second time you see a boss, you don't gain insight. So, walk in, and now you don't have any insight, so she can't summon those guys. Which is a fun little thing you can do. And now we can equip talismans, or rings, or as they are called in this game, runes. Be too dumb to comprehend the boss. Easy fight. Yep, that's exactly it. I'm too stupid to comprehend these horrors.
Welcome home, good hunter. What is it you desire? Very well, let me... Over time, it all... Over time, it all...
What the hell? Also, holy shit, I'm dumb as hell. Stochastic, welcome back. I totally missed your resub. Thank you for 67 months. And Frozum, I totally missed your gift sub to Yalta. Yalta, welcome back. And enjoy your emotes. Frozum and Stochastic, thank you both. I appreciate you. Sony is gonna look, PlayStation's gonna look at that crash report, and they're gonna be like, oh, that guy's game just crashed. You know what? Let's just remaster it. Let's just do it. That crash right there is the crash that will spark a Bloodborne remaster, chat. I'm sure there's some bigwig Sony CEO in chat right now, and they're gonna say, I'm here and you're right. It's me, Saint. I am John Sony. I knew it. I knew it. It's happening, chat. John Sony is in the chat with us, and John Sony is now promising a Bloodborne remaster. The journey of 1,000 remasters starts with a single crash report. You heard it here, folks. Can we get a Last of Us 2 remake? Tara, let me tell you something. I am going to start a shotgun if they don't give me a Horizon Zero Dawn, a Lego Horizon Zero Dawn remaster. I need that more than I need oxygen. It's time. I am sick to death of Lego Horizon Zero Dawn being stuck on these garbage fucking consoles. It deserves an update. I've seen enough. Why are they withholding it from us? The foreman at my job told a story of him finding a rat in his garden last night, and he sounded just like... Sorry. He sounded just like a Yarnamite when he said fucking rat. Do I need bullets? Not really, right? Yeah, okay, we'll buy some bullets. We can equip talismans now, chat. I mean, runes. Carol runes. Don't really have any good ones, but we can equip them, by God. Rocket Gurk, welcome back. Thank you for 13 months. No Sinister run this month, but I did want to play some Bloodborne. Oh, you know who we should check on? I'll tell you who we should check on. We accidentally sent a guy to Yusefka's clinic. And when I say accidentally, I mean we did it on purpose. But we did it on purpose by being honest. And we were like, hey man, go to Uden Chapel. And he was like, yay, fuck off, you fucking foreigner. He's coming home. And so he came here instead.
Oh, hello. You're all right. Very good. He's safe with me now. I presume you're to thank. The treatment is going well. Stabilized, for the most part. Fascinating, really. Here you are, as promised. Oh, thank goodness you came. Be a dear. Find me some more.
She would give me the craziest gender-affirming surgery. Yeah, she would. Yeah, she would. God damn it! The ability to warp from lantern to lantern. Oh my god. There are a few things that a remaster should add, okay? Hear me out. And here's the thing. You could even do what they did in the Demon Souls remake, where it's like, they give you, what was it? The Demon Souls remake gave you the ability to do something that you couldn't do in the original game, and they hid it, they put it behind a boss, and so it felt like, was that it? Was that it? Like warp from area to area? Somebody kill that dog! you have to kill an archdemon. And once you, I know it's loud. And here's the thing about it being loud to you, chat, is there's a goddamn limiter on OBS. So like it can only be so loud for you. There's a certain decibel where it stops, right? I don't have that in real life. So she just does that. And I have no protection against it. So when I get mad and I'm like, ah! Anyway. So in Demon Souls, you kill an archdemon, and then you can teleport. You can teleport from like, whatever it's called. They're not bonfires. They're not lamps. They're not grace. There's some other thing. But you can teleport from one to the other. Demon fires. Yeah. Archstones, thank you. Alright, you could do the same thing in Bloodborne. Like, oh, you killed such and such boss. You can now warp between lamps. There should be an item called like the Hunter's Briefcase or something where you can access your storage at a grace, so that at a lamp, so that you can like sit down and access your whatever. Because if you don't have that, like let's say I use all of these Molotov cocktails and then I want more. They don't just respawn from my inventory. I have to come back here, I have to look at a load screen, come back here, get them out, and then go back and look at another loading screen. And you might be like, oh, that's not so bad. On PS4, when this game first came out, the loading screens were like 90 seconds long. At least. It was absurd. And also, they didn't have item descriptions in the load screens. It was just, your screen just said Bloodborne. So yeah, give me like the Hunter's Briefcase. And then give me another item that's like, you know, the Traveling Messenger or something. And let me buy blood vials and Quicksilver bullets at the Grace, or at the lamp. So, you know what I'm saying? So I don't have to come back here. He doesn't have to sell everything, just, you know, bullets and blood vials. That way it's similar to how Sekiro handles it, because that's a better system. Give me that, and give me better connections and better netcode, like you did with Dark Souls Remastered, and we're good. That's it. That's all this needs. That's all we need. And I will give you $60 in exchange for that. That's too much, Saint. Don't tell him you'd pay that much. I would. Between you and me, since John Sony left the stream to go get to work on the remaster, and since it's just you and me sitting here talking, I'll tell you, I would pay $60 for that. Oh, also 60 FPS, obviously. That goes without saying. Would you give 80 US dollars? I would never pay 80 US dollars. But I'm ashamed of it. Yes. Yeah. No, wait. Let's do the dogs first.
Our thirst for blood satiates us, soothes our fears. Seek the old.
All dogs? It's gonna take forever.
No, just Sophie.
Leave Sophie alone. She's old.
Their wills are minds young.
What are you eating?
Nectar and lure the meat from the depths.
Which one is that?
A little bit of everything in here.
Hell yeah. I had one of the chicken patties earlier. So good. So
Curry
good.
one?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I just grabbed one.
No, it was because I looked in there. One was gone.
Yeah. Also...
You drank it all?
Yeah.
Did you put booze in it?
No.
Dumb.
What I did... No, I did something smarter than that.
I doubt it.
No. I put it back in the freezer because you know how we got it? It was...
Hey! Go downstairs to fight.
Yeah, you piece of shit!
I don't need your help.
You know how when we got it, it was kind of a slushy? I put it back in the freezer and made it kind of a slushy again. And then I added just a splash of water to, like, unfreeze it and, you know, give it this... It diluted it, but it was good
Did
because...
you at least wash the outside of that bottle? That was pissing me off.
It could stand to be diluted. Is that what that was?
Yeah, that's what everything
I was like, why is it... Yeah.
Well, because they make it in-house, so I bet they just...
Yeah, they just pour it in there. All right, chat. Let's get this lady.
Right, the mac and cheese is not as good reheated. Not as good as it was, you know?
That's the only place I've ever gone. That's the only Jamaican place I've ever gone and had, like, good mac and cheese. It makes me sad that it's not as good heated up because I was looking forward to it.
This red snapper is fucking more fun.
Yeah, the fish is so good. We should have got the whole snapper. I bet it would have been awesome. Because
we spent $70.
They serve it like head,
Face and all?
head, tail, everything. Yeah, yeah.
Next time.
Next time.
No, we won't. We gotta try the other stuff.
I mean, we don't. That's the good part. Because all I eat is chicken and fish.
Get different types.
They have jerk chicken, which is good, and I like it, but I much prefer curry chicken. I'm gonna get curry chicken every time.
Really?
Yes. You should get
the jerk chicken's good.
You should get. Yeah, I love it, but the curry.
I love it.
I love it, but the curry chicken, like, that's the best. That's my favorite. You should get the curry goat.
No, thank you.
No, it's really good.
I just can't commit to a full plate by myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not my portion size. Anyway, you might have to take the girls because I might be in Florida on
Oh no! Oh no! Also, hang on. Also, Teeter, welcome back and thank you for 53 months. Very much appreciated.
Seek the old blood. Let us pray. Let us wish to partake.
All right, I'm sorry. This woman's been yapping too much. We're gonna kill her.
Chat loves it when I'm here.
I'm talking about the woman in the game.
I know. Fuck, the snapper's delicious. I still haven't eaten my damn pie. The whole reason we went and got sidetracked and got fucking Jamaican food instead. You ain't getting shit!
Look at her.
No! A lot of blood.
She turns into like a deer dog.
Sexy.
You say, I'm gonna show you something.
Okay.
There's a guy online who gave her a giant set of knockers. And
Like yours?
no, I mean like huge titties.
Like yours?
No, like way bigger. I'm gonna show it to you after the stream is over.
Oh, I thought you made me turn around for that. Okay, bye.
played Bloodborne, one of the things that makes it difficult is if you dodge and you get hit, like what we in Elden Ring and Dark Souls would call a roll catch. If you get roll caught, you take like 20% extra damage. It's probably more than that. I feel like it's definitely more than that. I'm saying 20% to be conservative. But yeah, you take a shit ton of extra damage when you get roll caught. So if you ever do what I just did and you get hit on a dash like that, it absolutely wrecks you. I used to know. I am so proud of myself for forgetting that number. I understand. Yeah, instability frames. Hang on.
Need your mouth to play.
God damn it!
Fight, motherfucker!
I can't! Alright, you gotta stop!
You were already halfway through the fight.
God damn it! Alright, take one step to my right. Perfect, thank you. Not immediately back!
My boss gave me a stipend. You're giving me a stipend.
Sad. Do it again. Not you, her. She did the big version. What's the matter? Can't heal? Idiot! 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 Yeah, choke,
bitch! You choke, bitch. This is the best thing I've ever put in my mouth, ever in my whole life.
That's really good.
Hurry up.
Oh, you want me to take a bite of your donut?
It's not a fucking donut. It's a tart.
Your tart? I think we can call it that anymore.
No, it's a tart. Ew. Fucking right.
Tastes like booze.
Beard is amazing. It's amazing.
Tastes boozy, don't it? I don't like that. I'm glad you do, but I'm not a fan.
I didn't think it was boozy. I think you got too much of the center. Get a little bite just of that part. Oh, I see what you mean. No, just get a bite of this part, not just the middle. But you got 90% middle earlier. That crust is fucking amazing.
That would be like a great crust on something I liked.
Yeah.
Like key lime pie with that crust would be...
This is too much.
Does it taste boozy to you? That part?
Yeah, that part.
Yeah. Alright, let's try the donut. I really feel like this is...
It's gonna be a I can't believe you get a regular donut.
Okay, first of all...
You should have gotten the one...
First of all, if I go to a bakery and they sell donut, I'm gonna get regular donut.
But we went to a
Okay?
fancy bakery.
Doesn't matter. And this is why I feel like I'm not gonna care for this very much. Did you notice there was like a tour bus of like Nashville tourists outside of the bakery?
Yeah.
So I feel like this is, you know, I feel like it's gonna be one of those types of where I'm like, yeah, it's all right, but I wouldn't go there.
But it's also been in the fridge all day. That's not supposed to be in the fridge.
Yeah, no, it would be better warm, and it's not bad. It's not as bad as I thought it was. It's good.
It's fucking delicious.
It's not delicious, but it's all right. It's good. It's good. For the price, it's a little much. I would rather have just a regular donut from a regular bakery, you know.
I like how dense it is.
It's dense as shit. If this was warm, with a cup of coffee, cup of coffee, it'd be perfect. But it's insane. It's like there's no donut hole or anything.
No, yeah, it's just a fucking like thick ass whatever. I wanted the croissant looking one, but we got there too fucking late.
They had one that looked really good, but it had prosciutto on it, and so I was like, I'm not gonna eat that. I should have said something because you would have loved it.
No, but I wanted something sweet.
No, it was. It was like a sweet pastry with prosciutto on it.
You don't mind that?
You're not in? Oh, sweet and salty? Yeah, that's fair.
I just love salty or sweet.
But never both. Will you click that right there where it says snooze?
Snooze for 5 wings.
Thank you. I got too much sugar on my hands.
Okay. You're taking this downstairs with you when you go back down.
Yeah, that's fine.
You bad girls. Actually, you go.
All right, chat. Oh my, man, God dang. Woo. All right, sorry. My hands were covered in donut sugar. Eat. You need your strength, Hunter. She was trying to make me take a bite of a chicken patty.
No.
And no, like, listen, hang on, listen.
It was spinach.
Oh, a spinach patty. But anyway, the point is, she put it in my mouth and I bit down, but I didn't bite through. And I was so concentrating. I was concentrating so hard on that fight that I couldn't make my brain, like, just bite through the goddamn patty. I was like, get it away from me. Oh. All right. Chat, I am going to call it a night here. I appreciate y'all hanging out and watching the stream. Thank you for being here. Very much appreciate it. Oh damn, everybody's playing Silent Hill 2. I'm going to assume that if you're here, you're probably not watching Silent Hill 2 on purpose. So I'm not going to raid somebody who's streaming Silent Hill 2. Instead, I will send you to someone who is streaming Dark Souls 2. I'll leave my character parked right here. Send you guys over to Raph. She is playing some Dark Souls 2. She is in your favorite part. She is in the goddamn ice place with the fucking unicorns. You know the place. You know what it's called. Frigid Outskirts. Thank you all for being here. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I will see you tomorrow. for some more Bloodborne. Neum, Soulfire, A. LeMayo, Larry Bottoms, Miguel, Dodisopod, Sherze, Analyze, Whimsical, Bemused. Have a great night. Mr. Dr. Sog, Hollow Blades, Carrion Inspector, Frozum, Phenomenon, Not a Doll, Zombie Francis, Paradox Jones, Norrek, Makuta, Velonis, Hair Guy, Artie, Emberus, Teeter, Shane, Frozum, DWN, Kid Hellacious. Have a great night, everybody. Finny, Moonborn, Draco, Dwarven, Spooky. I'll see you tomorrow. Later, y'all.